Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, partners, and everyone who is here. I kindly request that we settle down as we prepare to kickstart our high-level dialogue on advancing equitable and transformative EU-Africa agricultural trade relations. As we begin, I kindly request that the media team plays first the Uganda national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. And as the same are being played, we will rise in honor of our countries first, our regions, and also follow and sing along as the anthems play. Thank you. A media team, please take charge. Let's rise.
Oh, Uganda,
May God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand.
oh,
Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship we live. Thank you so much. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. At this moment, may I request Mr. Owen Mugambwa to lead us into a prayer. For those who may not wish to take part in this prayer, please observe a moment of silence as we do this. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we gather this morning with gratitude for the gift of life, the opportunity to serve, and the privilege to contribute to the future of our continent and region. As we open this two-day meeting on advancing transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade relations, we seek for your guidance, wisdom, and clarity of purpose. We thank you for bringing us all together as stakeholders, and we thank you for granting us this diverse room of perspectives. We hope that it becomes a source of strength and collaboration and collective responsibility. We ask of you to inspire in us the spirit of fairness, integrity, and mutual respect as we deliberate on these issues that deeply affect our communities, our economies, and our farmers. We hope that you guide these discussions and help us come to fruitful conclusions that will help advance equitable development. Yeah, through Jesus Christ our Lord we prayed.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Owen. I request that at this moment still we do self-introductions for us to appreciate and know who is in the room. We could start right there. We, just to guide we could say the name, the institution, and the role that we play, or how we serve in those institutions. Thank you.
Good morning. I humbly beg to divert a bit from what I've been asked to do. I humbly request we stand up, at least we in the Buganda region, recite the Buganda anthem.
Allowed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Please, let's rise again. And maybe as we rise, for context and perspective, we are in the central region, in Buganda region, and so it is only right to recite the Buganda anthem. And I know Mr. Bachusa will lead this, and we will follow along. Thank you. He comes from Bukadef. It's Buganda Cultural Development Foundation. And so it's only right that we also accord and respect where we are, but also align accordingly. Thank you so much for that advice.
I don't know if the DJ has...
Media team. Ekitiibwa kya Buganda kyavadda tukikuumenga. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please take your seats.
My name is Alfred Bachusa. I'm the CEO of Buganda Cultural Development Foundation. In abbreviation, Bukadef. Glad to meet you.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Glad to meet you too.
Hi, good morning everyone. Myself Nias. I'm a student from Sweden, from a university called Young Shopping University, and I'm doing a program called Sustainable Societies and Social Change, which is a master's program. So I'm here as an intern with SEAT in Uganda, and I'm here to learn, and my contribution may be minimal. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Asimarine Itwe Natani. I'm from Uganda Christian University. I'm a PhD student, and I'm here to take note of the most important issues. Yeah, and have a nice day.
Thank you. You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Nafka, and I'm from SEAT in Uganda, and I work under the Communications Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're most welcome.
Good morning. My name is Julius Bisbongo. I'm a business editor at The New Times. It's a national newspaper in Rwanda.
And good morning. My name is Brian Chumba, representing Hope Coffee.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Akankunda. I work with the International Trade Center, which is a joint agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization. And I coordinate 2 national projects that are focused on supporting small and medium enterprises, specifically in the coffee and cocoa sector in Uganda, around responsible business conduct. Glad to be here.
Thank you. You are most welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edward Mchivi.
I'm the team leader at Slow Food Uganda and the president of Slow Food International, which is a global grassroots movement with its headquarters in Italy. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Theopista Nakungu. I work with the International Women's Coffee Alliance as a regional coordinator for the IWCA chapters in Africa and the country lead for IWCA chapter Uganda. International Women's Coffee Alliance, in brief, it's a global network of women in 36 countries, both producing and consuming, that lobbies for meaningful participation of women in the coffee value chain from farm to cup. Of course, our core business is lobby and advocacy for meaningful participation and market access, leadership development, among others. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Habari za asubuhi.
Salama.
Sema salama. Habari za
Salama.
asubuhi. Salama. Hamjambo. Hatujambo.
Hatujambo.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam.
Salam.
The other time when President Museveni came to Arusha, he joked that somehow Kiswahili was laid to rest here, so I'm trying to revive it.
Thank you.
I'm Cody Lunogelo, Bohela Lunogelo, agriculture economist by profession. I from Tanzania. I work for a think tank called Economic and Social Research Foundation, ESRF. ESRF has worked with the Siatini in different projects. The most recent one was making agriculture trade sustainable. So we worked closely with Jen, and the gentleman there. So it's my pleasure to be here. Our executive director, Professor McKenney, sends her greetings and wishes us fruitful deliberations. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Wadesima Methodius. I'm the general manager for Assembly Cooperative Union, based in Bujumbura. But at the same time, I'm the chairperson, Commercial Cocoa Farmers Association of Uganda, which is the apex body for cocoa producers in Uganda. So I'm here to represent the voices of the source of cocoa beans. You're most welcome.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Mugabe from the National Plant Protection Organization of Uganda, that is under the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, from the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification. I work as an agriculture inspector. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Edgar Odari. I work with Econews Africa, based in Nairobi.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Rangarai Machemedze. I am a Zimbabwean by birth, but I'm based in Gaborone, Botswana, at the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, as a project coordinator for the tripartite simplified trade regime between SADC, the EAC, and COMESA. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ronald Musoke. I'm a journalist based here in Uganda. I report for the independent magazine on development-related issues.
You are most welcome.
Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. My name is Philbert Kavia. I'm working with an international organization called Transformative at the capacity of the Regional Director for Africa, based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I've been working with the CERTIN very closely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request that we will have the members. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gideon Gatpand, member of the East African Legislative Assembly and the chairperson for the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honorable. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm called Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly representing the Republic of Rwanda. At the same time, the chair of the Committee on Communication, Trade, and Investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. You are most welcome. And I will spare the media team. There is a team supporting in order to relay the proceedings online, because this East African Community and Southern African Development Community high-level dialogue on advancing equitable and transformative EU-Africa agriculture trade policy, on advancing equitable EU-Africa agriculture trade policy relations is both hybrid and physical. So there is an audience that is online, and I will introduce a few of the stakeholders, colleagues, comrades who have joined us online. But before I do that, I'd like to thank you all for those self-introductions and to welcome you to this very, very important engagement. To introduce briefly some of the stakeholders who are online. Online, we have Ms. Vahini Naidu. She's the coordinator of the Trade and Investment Program at South Center, based in Geneva. We also have Ms. Isolina Boto, who is the Secretary General for an organization called AgriNatura. We also have Mr. Marie Francisco, who is working with Bread for the World, and he's an expert on trade and agriculture-related issues. So some of those speakers, some of those officials I have introduced will be sharing with us, and they will share much more regarding what they do and put all these issues in perspective. So, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the official opening, allow me to highlight some key issues that shape the purpose of this dialogue. And some of these issues that shape the purpose of this dialogue include the structural imbalance in European Union, Africa agriculture trade relations. That's one of the issues. The other issue is the shifting regulatory landscape, the number of emerging EU sustainability measures. Another issue that shapes the purpose of this dialogue is the risks and opportunities that the emerging sustainability directives, all frameworks, present for Africa's producers, SMEs, and agriculture value chain actors. The other issue, and lastly, that shapes the purpose of this meeting is the urgent need for coordinated East African Community, Southern African Development Community responses that protect competitiveness and support sustainable agriculture transformation. These are the issues we hope to unpack together over the 2 days, and with the guidance from the policymakers and legislators we have here, we will appreciate the preparedness at the East African Community level, but also the Southern African Development Community level, because these two regional economic communities are part of the 8 regional economic communities of the African Union. So we will appreciate where we stand in terms of our preparedness in the wake of the shifting global trade landscape, but also the new issues on the table. But before we arrive there, we will interrogate all these issues, and the speakers that I will soon be inviting will help us to appreciate how these shifts have happened, where we stand at the moment, but also how Africa can remain resilient, responsive, and non-reactive to these shifts and changes. Colleagues and distinguished stakeholders, we have now reached that moment where we need to have the official opening of this high-level dialogue. And without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Jen Nalunga, who is the Executive Director of Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, CEATINI. CEATINI is a sub-regional pan-African non-government organization that promotes equitable trade, fiscal, and investment-related policies for sustained equitable development and improved livelihoods in the East African community and Africa at large. Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Herbert. Habari za asubuhi wabibi na wabwana. Habari za asubuhi. Nzuri. I will stand on that protocol which Herbert has set up. I will just take this opportunity just to recognize our EALA members of Parliament, and thank them so much for being here. I would like also to recognize our partners and friends who have traveled from far. I understand some of them came in very early in the morning today, but we thank God that you were able to come here and to arrive safely. I also like to thank online our partner, Bread for the World, for being really a reliable partner. We have worked with Bread for the World for a long time on these issues of EU agricultural trade, but also supporting agricultural value chains right from the small-scale producers. In fact, they support us with coffee groups in Mubende, in Bugisu region. And that's really important because we bring together the producers and the policymakers. For me, I think that's really important. So thank you so much, Bread for the World. Our dialogue today is really, really important. We are going to discuss how to promote a transformative and equitable EU-Africa agriculture trade. Why are we talking about agriculture trade? Why do we talk about EU? And why are we talking about transformative and equitable? In my opening remarks, I'm just going to briefly talk about those issues. One, when we talk about agriculture trade for Africa, that's the core of our economy. Our economy is based on agriculture. But unless we link agriculture to industry, to trade, then we can't develop. That's a fact which we need to agree and which we know. So we need to ensure that our trade, we increase our production and productivity, we add value, we industrialize, we manufacture, and then we trade in value-added products. Why are we talking about EU trade relations? Why not America trade relations? EU has been a partner, a trading partner, for a very long, long time. And we go back to colonial times. You remember the Lomé Convention, the Cotonou agreements. Then we go to IBA, everything but arms. They gave us stabilization of exports. We have Cotonou, a new Cotonou agreement. We have economic partnership agreements. All those initiatives are related to agricultural trade between EU and Africa. And EU in a way has supported our agriculture in terms of providing the market, which we need, but also providing actual support in the issue of increasing productivity, in areas of standards. So they have been our partners for a long time. So even if we talk about looking for other partners, you don't forget partner whom you have been with for a long time. In our title, we talked about advancing a transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade. Why are we talking about a transformative and equitable? Because the current trade relations are not really very equitable and they are not transformative. As you are aware, we export, as Africa, not just EAC and SADC, we mainly export agricultural products. Cotton, my brother there, cocoa, robins, tea, vegetables, and all that, largely. Maybe some semi-processed, because coffee we send, coffee beans, that's what we send. And in return, we get manufactured products. That's why when you look at our EU-Africa trade, there is always a trade deficit. A trade deficit means that we export more, we export less, and we import more. And this trade deficit, that unequal exchange is the basis of our challenges as Africa, because it has caused systematic balance of payment problems. We externalize our capital accumulation, and it has led to cycles of indebtedness. We know all our countries are indebted because the ends are not meeting. So we need to address these imbalances. And that's why we are saying we need to see how to make sure that this relationship between Africa and Europe when it comes to agricultural trade is equitable, is transformative. And we need to make sure, in order to make it transformative, we have to make sure that we transform from that commodity export dependence to ensuring that agricultural trade is promoting our industrialization, promoting job creation in Africa. In order to do that, we need to appreciate the current trade dynamics. There are shifts. There are shifts going on. And we know that it's no longer business as usual. We have seen the tariffs. We have seen the global tensions, China, US, the Ukraine war, the WTO. Those of you who are following the WTO, the tensions there. So the shifts, the terrain, the global economic terrain is shifting. And we need to be aware of this. And we need to sit and think, how do we position ourselves as Africa? It can't be business as usual, that we continue producing coffee, cotton, cocoa. Something has to shift. Things are shifting there. Africa, we also have to shift. So we need to appreciate that. We need to understand that terrain, what's going on. What are the leverages which we can be able to push so that we remain afloat? And we need really to do that. This dialogue is really important because in order to understand that shift and in order to craft a way forward, we need to do it as a region, as a continent. We can no longer stand on our own as Uganda, as Rwanda, as Tanzania. It will be crushed. We need to be together. EAC, that's a beginning. COMESA, that's a beginning also. SADC, because you already have a tripartite. And that's why Comrade Mechemeza Ranga was talking about the tripartite. that simplified trade regime as a tripartite. And that's a beginning. You know, we have the CFTA. So how do we leverage all these platforms for us to be able to negotiate a more equitable and transformative trade relation with the European Union? There are a number of processes going on, which we also need to be aware of. There are the economic partnership agreements. Comrade Edgar will be able to tell us what's going on there. There, the WTO, the WTO, the ministerial is going to be in Cameroon. Is it March, April? We are going to be there. The issue of agriculture is on that table. There are unfinished businesses when it comes to agriculture. But when it comes to the European Union, again, we know there are shifts there because of the climate change. The issue of sustainability has come on the table. How do we produce sustainably? And the European Union has also put a number of regulations on that table, which are going to affect our agriculture, which is going to affect the way we produce, the way we export. By the way, right from the beginning, I want to say that as Siatini, we are okay with the European directives, because those are issues which we should have worked on, like yesterday. But it's the way, you know, the demands, you know, the way they are imposed, which we need to discuss. But we need also to remember that when we talk about sustainability, we are not just talking about environmental sustainability. We need to look at it holistically, look at environmental sustainability, social sustainability, economic sustainability. And these are issues which we need really to discuss with the European Union, because we are partners, you know, we are partners. That's why we also need to look at all those avenues where we can be able to dialogue as Africa, dialogue with the European Union. There is the Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the JPA, and our members sit there. So what do they take there? You know, we need to understand that, but we need to be able to leverage on these platforms to be able to see how we can be able to discuss and negotiate with the European Union to make our trade really beneficial, transformative, and equitable. For me, I'm really, really excited to see people from within the region, from EAC, from SADC, from COMESA. I'm excited to see our members of parliament here, but also people working with the farmers, you know. So we need to bridge, you know, that gap between the farmers, the policymakers, and then people who are sitting on such platforms like the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. For me, I'm really sure that by the time we end this dialogue, we would have had a clear way forward, which we can give to our members of parliament. I think we have members of parliament from here who are coming, but also our EAC members of parliament. So, comrades, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, our First Estate, for always being here and for amplifying our voices in the public space. So thank you so much. I wish us very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenna Lunga, Executive Director Siatini, for setting the scene and also raising a number of critical issues. We've heard them loud and clear, but just for emphasis, allow me to just point out a few issues. One of the issues is the issue of sustainability. We cannot run away from sustainability. There are realities that we have to be alive to. Climate change is a reality. So we should and we must contribute to pathways and ways of addressing climate change. And the EU is emerging as one of the leaders, countries or blocks setting the pace towards addressing climate change with the sustainability measures. So there is another issue that has come out prominently, the issue of looking at the opportunities that are presented by the EU sustainability measures. There's been a discussion around the far-reaching implications. And on the other side of opportunities, there are issues that are inbuilt into these measures, like the European Union Deforestation Regulation, issues of sustainability. It's very important for us to appreciate some of these issues that can help us to modernize the agriculture sector, sustainability, the issue of data, and so that's on a more positive note. But also, Ms. Jenalunga has emphasized that there are platforms for engagement at the respective national, regional, continental, and global levels. But how we utilize these platforms depends on the information, how it trickles down to the people, because we need to have agency among the rights holders, the producers, so that they can also effectively participate and shape those processes. But also, on the other hand, we count on the legislators at the respective levels to be able to advance some progressive positions towards helping us to achieve transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade relations. But also we need to ask ourselves, and I'll be engaging each of us at a later time, whether we can truly achieve transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade relations. And if we can achieve that, how? Because this meeting is contributing to the how. The why is being explored, and Ms. Jenalunga really put that in perspective. Why, where we are coming from, the long-standing relationship with the EU, and where we are now, where we need every market that is available, but some markets, export markets, have prerequisites that you must meet, and the sustainability measures are some of those prerequisites. And without really giving another really opening intervention, I would like first to recognize that with us here, we have legislators from the East African Legislative Assembly. We have researchers and comrades from the academia. We have distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are closer to the producers, that work closely with producers to add value, but also to ensure that they remain doing what they do most, which is farming and producing, making sure that they put on the market coffee and other products. I would like to also recognize that in our midst we have a representative and the coordinator of Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability, Joseph, Mr. Joseph Bariomuhangi, who is the coordinator of the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability. Siatini is a member. And with us, we also have Mr. Philbert Kavia from Transform Trade. And Siatini is working closely with Transform Trade. And would like to also appreciate that we've worked closely with Uganda Cultural Development Foundation, and we're glad to have you, Mr. Vachusa Alfred. Thank you. And I'll keep on really recognizing all of us. But I just wanted to make that clear that we are working with some of you, and just to recognize the good work that we continue to do together. We are yet now to transition to another set of remarks. We have a series of remarks, and Ms. Jenalunga, coming from Siatini, the host, has given remarks as the host. So we'll have remarks from Bread for the World, and the remarks are going to be delivered by none other than Mr. Murray Francisco from Bread for the World. Mr. Murray Francisco works with Bread for the World as a policy advisor for global nutrition agriculture, trade, and maritime policy. And without further ado, I kindly request Mr. Murray Francisco to first let me know whether he can hear us and hear me in particular loud and clear, and whether he's ready to share some remarks right now. But as he comes online, he joins online to share the remarks. I request the media team to relay some a flyer of some of the speakers that we will be having today, just for all of us to appreciate who will be sharing and speaking with us. Thank you. Those are some of the speakers that we have. We've already heard from Ms. Jen Nalunga, Executive Director from Siatini. We will then hear from Mr. Francisco Murray from Bread for the World. We expect to hear from the Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda, Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, who will be with us. We will also be hearing from Honorable Francine Rutazana, who is the chairperson for the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment. We will also hear from, we expect to hear from Dr. Chalo Gerald, who is the Commissioner, Coffee Development Department, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda. We will hear from Ms. Vahini Naidu, and I already introduced Ms. Vahini Naidu as the Program Coordinator for Trade for Development Program at the South Center based in Geneva. And allow me to spare you the rest of the speakers because I think we are running a bit late. But I would like now to invite Mr. Murray Francisco to share some remarks with us. And just to let him know that he has between 5 and 10 minutes to share some remarks. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I have an echo. Is this from my... Happens.
Hello, can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
Herbert Kafero from Siatini is speaking to you.
Okay, so I can continue?
Please continue.
Yes, okay. However, there's still an echo. Maybe it's from my side. Okay, I will try it. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation, dear colleagues, excellencies, and dear friends, and especially for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Bread for the World here from Berlin in Germany. First of all, we are not a trading organization, although we are co-founders of the global fair trade movement, maybe later on some details about. But above all, we are a development organization of the German Protestant Church and have been supporting organizations in more than 90 countries for over 60 years so that people can live in dignity, free from hunger and disease, with access to education and justice. This is our core and our frame, how we support organizations like Siatini in a lot of countries. So it is an honor to open this dialogue together with Jane. We are, as she said, we are since long working together on international trade, but especially also on EU-Africa trade relations. And especially how EU-Africa agricultural trade can become truly fair, transformative, and sustainable in the context of the changing EU regulatory landscape. I think this will be also a very important point because this is also changing at the moment in Europe. As Jane said, agricultural trade between Africa and the European Union is not marginal. It shapes livelihoods, public revenues, and the food systems. The EU is still one of Africa's most important trading partners, as Jane said, yet the structure of this trade remains deeply asymmetric. We confirm and we agree with. Because Africa largely exports raw or semi-processed commodities such as coffee, cocoa, tea, fruit and horticulture, and while importing higher value manufactured goods from Europe. This contributes to persistent trade deficits in Africa and lost opportunities for industrialization and decent work on the continent. But that's not all. Especially in West Africa, from the perspective of many African small-scale producers, some EU agricultural exports clearly undermine local markets and food systems. Large volumes of milk powder are exported to West Africa, mostly in big sacks that are repackaged and sold very cheaply, crowding out local dairy producers. Or we see similar trends in poultry. Imports of cheap frozen parts from the European Union now cover a large share of chicken consumption in several West African countries and beyond, for example in DRC and Angola, making it extremely difficult for local farmers and processors, many of them women, especially in poultry, to compete with. And not to forget the huge imports from the European Union in West Africa, but also from Ukraine or Russia of wheat and even flour for bread, not only in Francophone countries, reducing heavily the consumption of millet in the Sahel region and West Africa. So in that way, agricultural trade is harming farmers heavily. East and Southern Africa is not safe, but better protected, for example, from cheap milk powder imports from the European Union, especially in Eastern Africa with high tariffs. At the same time, Africa remains largely a supplier of low-value raw commodities to Europe. Germany, for example, is the world's largest exporter of chocolate, with export worth $6 billion every year, while importing huge volumes of cocoa beans only from West Africa, for example, from Cote d'Ivoire, worth only $1 billion. Most of the value is created in European factories through roasting, grinding, processing, branding, and logistics, not in African communities. The same is true for coffee and many fruits and vegetables. The most profitable steps of the value chain, and thus most jobs and tax revenues, are still located in Europe, while African farmers remain stuck in low-income segments. The new EU regulations, the Green Deal, the EU Deforestation Regulation, and the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, are changing, however, the framework for agricultural trade with Africa. In principle, these instruments can support more sustainable, rights-based supply chains and encourage traceability, climate-smart production, and better environmental and labor standards. However, the current political trend to weaken the due diligence directive, as decided at the beginning of this week, and to water down elements of the deforestation regulation in the next coming weeks in the European Parliament, under pressure from powerful corporate lobbies risked in Brussels, undermining exactly those human rights and environmental ambitions that many of us here have been fighting for, as Jane mentioned. At the same time, smallholders face very high compliance barriers on these regulations. Even where regulations are ambitious on paper, they often put the heaviest burdens on those with the fewest resources. Many smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and small and medium enterprises in Africa, also in Eastern and Southern Africa, lack access to finance, digital infrastructure, extension services, and certification systems needed to comply with these new EU rules, especially for products like coffee and cocoa. Without strong cooperation, support and simplified procedures, there is a real risk that European Union importers will increasingly turn to large plantations or vertically integrated estates where control is easier and the smallholders, including women and young farmers, will lose access to EU markets altogether. Similar concerns arise when we look at trade agreements and rules of origin. Economic partnership agreements have offered some protection for African agriculture, but rules of origin, tariff structures, and non-trade barriers often still favor processing in Europe and make it difficult to export higher processed products such as chocolate or blended coffee from Africa to Europe. At the same time, the erosion of multilateral trade rules, for example in the WTO, has pushed the European Union towards more bilateral agreements, such as with Mercosur in South America, Vietnam, or soon Indonesia. These agreements grant similar tariff preferences as those already offered to many African countries, but with suppliers that often rely on large-scale industrial production of coffee and cocoa. They can lower export prices at the expense of people and the environment and risk reducing Africa's market share if African small producers are supposed to continue to benefit. EU-Africa agricultural trade is not only about inputs, it's also about outputs. African agriculture, especially maize and other cereals in East and West Africa, has become increasingly dependent on imported synthetic fertilizers, including from the European Union, locking farmers into high costs, input-intensive models of agriculture that are vulnerable to price shocks and environmental harm. Large volumes of pesticides are also exported from the European Union to Africa for agriculture, including active substances that are banned with the European Union itself. This creates double standards and serious risks for health, biodiversity, and water resources in African farming communities. For Bread for the World, trade justice is inseparable from gender justice. Women are central to African agriculture in small-scale food production, post-harvest processing, and local markets. Yet they often have less access to land, credit, inputs, and decision-making spaces. If European Union regulations and trade frameworks ignore gendered impacts, women, farmers, and workers may be excluded from certification schemes, lose out in contract farming arrangements, or carry unpaid compliance work, while others higher up the chain capture the benefits. Any serious debate on inclusive trade must address this power imbalance. From our perspective, and that of many African civil society partners, several key demands emerge. First, European Union-Africa trade relations must systematically promote value addition in Africa. African countries should be able to export more chocolate, roasted and ground coffee, fruit juices, and processed foods, not just raw beans, cherries, or fresh products, so that more jobs and tax revenues are created locally in Africa. Second, EU regulations such as the Due Diligence Directive and Deforestation Regulation must remain robust on human rights and the environment, but be accompanied by real financial and technical support, simplified procedures, and inclusive governance so that smallholders, women and youth can comply and benefit instead of being pushed out. At the heart of our position is the concept of food sovereignty. Bread for the World supports agricultural trade as one element of rural livelihoods, but not as the core of African food systems. People must have the right to decide how to use their land and water first and foremost to feed local populations, fight hunger, and nourish their communities, rather than prioritizing export for luxury consumption in Europe. It cannot be acceptable that fertile land and scarce water in regions already hit hard by the climate crisis are used primarily for export crops, such as cocoa, coffee, banana, or cut flowers, while local diets rely more and more on imported processed foods and cheap products like milk powder, canned tomatoes, or instant coffee. That is why we are particularly committed to promote agroecology with local seeds, organic fertilizers, and biological pest control as the standard model for sustainable food systems in Africa and worldwide. Trade must be compatible with resilient, diverse, locally controlled agriculture, not undermine it. If trade supports local food security, human rights, gender equality, and higher value creation in Africa, it can be part of a shared future. If, however, European consumption continues to rely on colonial patterns of cheap raw imports and expensive processed exports, then Bread for the World will stand with African small-scale producers in defending their right to decide how their crops are used and where they are sold. This also means accepting and even demanding higher consumer prices for coffee, chocolate, or bananas in Europe, if that is what it takes to ensure living incomes, decent work, and sustainable production in Africa. We in Bread for the World already pay higher prices through fair trade schemes, but such fairness needs to be embedded in trade and regulatory frameworks, not left to voluntary initiatives. Let us this dialogue over the next 2 days be guided by one central question. How can EU-Africa agricultural trade be organized so that those who work the land and water themselves are not an afterthought, but the starting point of our decisions? May our discussions today and tomorrow keep producers, communities, and ecosystems at the center and lead to concrete steps towards equitable, inclusive, and development-oriented trade relations between Africa and Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Murray Francisco, for those insightful remarks. You've tickled us to think deeply, especially before we start the discussions and before we get to other sessions. But I would like to emphasize that you've elucidated really eloquently the structural imbalances in the EU-Africa agriculture trade relations, but also emphasize the issue of the living income, because as Siatini, we've also been advocating for the same, given that we don't have a minimum price for agricultural products, so they depend on the kindness of the buyers. They are price takers, not price setters. So how then can we help farmers be able to have a living income, but also the long-standing EU-Africa relationship has locked many African countries into export of raw commodities, primary commodities. How then can we go up the value chain and escape being locked into the lower segments of the global value chain? But also what is more important here is that there are those long-standing challenges, but also the emerging challenges. So we must interrogate where we've come from, where we are right now, in order to get a better way forward. And I cannot overemphasize that. Thank you so much, Mr. Murray Francisco, for those wonderful remarks. And I kindly request that you stay with us a bit so that you could listen in to the other speakers. Thank you so much. That's in agreement. We appreciate. Yes, I would like, before I call the next speaker, to recognize that with us, like I said, we have really various distinguished experts, officials, legislators. With us, we have Honorable Gideon Gatpan, who is the chairperson of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources. We also expect to have, at a later time, Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, the former Minister of Agriculture in the Ugandan government and the board member, Private Sector Foundation. And with us now we have Honorable Amongini Jacqueline, who is a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. You are most welcome. And I will keep recognizing all of us, and I promise to do that. But for now, I kindly request to invite Honorable Francine Rutazana, who is the chairperson of the Communication, Trade and Investment Committee, East African Legislative Assembly, to share some remarks. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, all protocol observed, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me as a member of the East African Legislative Assembly to be here in this great forum to discuss a very important item, which is a joint EAC SADC high-level policy dialogue convened under the theme of advancing transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade relations. This theme is very important to the East African Legislative Assembly because it is already anchored with the mandate of the Assembly through the Committee on Communication, Trade, and Investment. Before I proceed, allow me to briefly talk about the work of the Assembly in the context of the vision of the East African Community, which is to widening and deepening cooperation among partner states through 4 pillars of integration. And those pillars are the customs union, which is engaging to have a very strengthened movement of goods and the management of taxes related. The second pillar is the common market protocol, which is aiming to strengthen the movement of goods, persons, and the capital in the region. The third pillar is the monetary union, aiming at having an EAC, one single currency in the region. And the third pillar is the political federation, where we will be having, it's a dream, but we are dreaming on that, having one government for the East African community. The Assembly is currently composed by 63 members. I just give a brief of what is the Assembly. And as we know, we have now the membership of the East African community is 8 members, partner states. And each partner state is sending 9 members at the East African Legislative Assembly, which means we have 63 members sitting at the regional parliament. The membership, I think we know, it's the Republic of Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Federal Republic of Somalia, Kenya, Republic of Kenya, Republic of Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. So the role of the Assembly is through policies to legislate laws, through the project and program to oversee the implementation and the performance and enforcement of policy and laws, and through awareness to build the capacity for citizens to ensure the process is people-centered, to increase legitimacy and ownership, to allow citizens to leverage benefits and facilitate accountability. Those are the mandate of the Assembly. And this high-level dialogue falls within the framework, as I have already alluded to. Through the mandate, because it is now helping the Assembly to listen to stakeholders, key stakeholders in all sectors. Among them, we are talking about the lawmakers, we are talking about regulatory agencies, private sector actors, civil society representatives, and the value chain stakeholders. All of them, we are gathered here to put together our thought so that the regulations that are now put in place by the EU be transformative for Africa, for our citizens, for our region. EU-Africa trade relations have lasted for many years back, and EU defined as one of the significant trading partner for Africa. That is a fact. However, through the data, we are seeing that EU absorbed about 34% of African export, 34. But now, from the EU, Africa is getting or receiving 68% of manufactured goods and machinery, which is showing at which extent the structure of EU-Africa trade remains clearly unbalanced. Why are we talking about the imbalance? It's because the EU-Africa trade relations are still compressed by the colonial relations, infrastructural differences, and the disparity in export composition from both sides. For this gathering of today and tomorrow, if Africa wants a balanced trade relations with the EU, there is a number of questions I would like us to reflect on for a better perspective of the EU-Africa trade relations, especially and particularly in the agricultural sector. The first question is, are we proud of the current trade relations between Africa and the EU? And our response is no. We are not proud. Africa is not proud of the relations we have with European Union trade relations. Secondly, are we advising our government to maintain the status quo? The response is no. We need a change so that we can have a transformative trade relations. Thirdly, is there any hope for the current trade relation to change? From my perspective, it is yes. There is a way you can change, and we will see which are conditions for us to be able to change. Thirdly, is Africa ready to reverse the status quo? Is East African community ready for reversing the trade relations? From my perspective and the perspective of EALA, it is yes. The last question I have, but not least, does Africa have ways and means to reverse the status quo of EU-Africa trade relations? In one way, it is yes. But in another way, it is with conditions. Which conditions? We'll try to see which ones. From the perspective of the EAC legislative body, as I have already alluded to, change are possible, but conditions are: if Africa changes her mind to use its own resources for its own development. So we have to think on our own. What do we need? What do we have? What do we offer? That is our first thinking. What do we have? We have resources. The raw materials are ours. And in our analysis, we have seen that we are just exporting raw materials and receiving manufactured goods at a high price, which even we are not able to afford. Secondly, we need to have a more focus on infrastructure projects in Africa to enhance intra-Africa trade, because what we have already is not sufficient for the market of Africa, but our eyes is always outside. Why are we going there when we are not yet prepared? While EAC, intra-Africa trade, can help us now to build our strength before we go to competition to the international trade. And we are allowing the international trade to impose some conditions which we are not able to satisfy even. While we can go step by step among ourselves, accommodate ourselves, have enough capacity and power to be able now to access the international trade. We can negotiate with the EU as Africa with one voice. But what we see is every partner state wants to go or is going alone. We have seen what happened with the EPS agreements. East African community decided to go with one voice. But at a certain level of negotiations, we have seen one or two partner states going alone. What was now this? That was now cutting off all efforts for having one voice, as European Union came in with one voice. We have never seen France coming alone. We have never seen Germany coming alone. They have one voice, but they come and they go, for example, in Kenya, and negotiate only with Kenya. And the East African community accepts that. This is already killing the relations from Africa to European Union, and we are accepting it for many years. If we can have one voice from the East African community, and now have SADC, and now have COMESA, and we are glad that at least we have now the tripartite. Let's continue now pushing for the one voice from the EAC, SADC, and the COMESA, and be joined by other blocs so that you can go at a certain step as African Union voice. Why do we have it to be a dream? Why do we have all capacities to make it a reality? When we go for negotiations, we need to constitute African group of negotiators. This is something we can do without much effort, because you have expertise, you have skilled people. Why can't we have that group of negotiators when we are now aspiring to go and negotiate with the with the European Union? We have also to initiate the Africa's terms of negotiations than waiting for the European Union to initiate and impose their own, and also imposing the deadline. I have seen in these current regulations, there are some regulations which are now, where deadlines are for December 2025. And now what is happening? Africa is crying that now the deadline are approaching, we are not yet ready. But when we are not ready, why are we now allowing them to come in? Why can't we say we are not yet ready? Either you come, we negotiate, either you go, because you have other markets. It is not only European Union as a market for Africa. We have China emerging. We have India. We have Japan. We have other blocks. US is there. Qatar is there. Why are we just sticking to European Union with all those conditions, with the deadlines, and we are not prepared, but we are rushing to go to negotiate? Because the power is in our hands, I think. I think I'm not mistaken, the power is in our hands because European Union needs the raw materials from Africa. If we don't offer, they will not get those manufactured goods because they don't have those materials. They don't have. So now the ball is in our hands. And we don't have only the EU market, we have other markets. Why are we rushing and crying that the December 2025 is now approaching? Yes, it is approaching from their side. But for our side, we can explore other markets, other opportunities. We prepare ourselves. We have a strong voice to go and negotiate with them because they are waiting for us. They can't lose Africa, I'm telling you. They can't lose. There is an example that is given that Africa was able to increase coffee export from USD 111 million in 2018 to 227 million in 2022, demonstrating strong performance within the region's cultural value chain. Why not maintaining the trend and extend the leaf to other production, including cocoa, including timber, including, so we have to borrow the leaf where you have performed well, and we can now go and extend it to other production. Distinguished, EU is a market, yes, but EU need Africa. If EU need Africa, it's now up to Africa to stand and get our position ready, get our negotiators ready, and the EU is waiting for Africa to come and negotiate. Let's not sell our land, let's not sell our capacity for them to come and exploit everything when we are able to protect. As leaders of today in Africa, we have a responsibility to protect our region for tomorrow, for our children. We may think maybe in 50 years, what my children will think about me, who was standing as a leader and have sold everything in the hands of European Union when I could have capacity to protect and do more for the development of the region. Let's now wake up and take conscience and do right things at the right time. as I'm concluding, the negotiation is a tool which has to benefit both parties. In this particular context, Africa and the EU have to benefit and get equal interest in these trade relations. Let's not just complain, because we are complaining much, but we can do more action. We can do more actions and help this region to advance in a transformative way and equitable relations with European Union. Africa has skills, Africa has raw materials, Africa has expertise. We are sovereign countries. Let's work with one voice for Africa while negotiating with European Union trade relations. With those many remarks, I declare the workshop open and wish fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Honorable Francine Rutazana. Thank you so much for those insightful remarks. She reminded me of one of the things we usually say at Siatini, that you don't get what you deserve, but what you negotiate for. So the issue of negotiations is very important. But she also reminded us that whereas the EU moves as a team, Team EU, they move to negotiate with us as individual. EAC member states, SADC member states, and other RECs, they negotiate with us and we conclude agreements with them as individual member states. That speaks to balkanizing the East African community, SADC, and other regional economic communities, which is weakening the African voice. I think that is really, really, really very important. But you've also emphasized that negotiation is a tool that has to benefit both parties. It shouldn't be tilted towards the other side. It's really, really very, very important that we focus on these negotiations, how they happen, are our negotiators equipped, are the institutions strong enough, because you cannot speak about negotiations without strong institutions. It has to first be strong institutions in order to really provide a fertile ground for strong negotiations. And you've gone on to, of course, remind us where we are in terms of being locked into export of primary commodities, but also most importantly, you've emphasized the issue of using our resources as negotiating leverage. That as the EU comes to us, we say, yes, we have the resources. If you need them, also do this. So what are those demands that we should put on the table? So I think as the rest of the other speakers come to speak during their time, it would be important on how we can be able to to contribute to using our resources as negotiating leverage in order to get what we don't have. But before we break for some coffee, I would like to remind us, and this is partly something we've centered within our work as Siatini. The late President of Tanzania, His Excellency, the late Benjamin Mkapa, he applied a litmus test to assess whether the outcomes of the EAC-EU Economic Partnership Agreement negotiations were in best interests of Tanzania and the broader East African region. And I'm saying this because Honorable raised a number of questions to reflect and ponder on. And she asked, but what the late President of Tanzania, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, raised is also in terms of critiquing the EPAs. And he remarked that the Economic Partnership Agreement is antithetical to Tanzania's as well as the region's trade and development prospects. The Economic Partnership Agreement for Tanzania and the ESC never made sense. The math just never added up. the costs for the country and the EAC region would have been higher than the benefits. And he urged policymakers to reflect deeply before concluding a comprehensive EPA by asking critical questions such as, will the economic partnership agreements help our countries to increase their production capacities? Will they encourage economic diversification? Will they enhance food security? Will they generate quality employment? Will they support the shift from exporting raw natural resources to producing and exporting value-added products? So this litmus test remains highly relevant and should continue to guide decision-making regarding the EU and EAC EPAs, but also EU-Africa free trade agreements. And Honorable, what you raised really is in line with that. You were asking questions. And so we should all start asking questions, because we have become rule takers than rule setters. And so if we don't ask the right questions, we will remain at that level. But because of the interest of time, I request that we take a break to enjoy a cup of coffee, but also be back in the next 20 minutes. We have a very, very insightful presentation and panel of experts that will guide us through these issues, but also deepen the conversation and ground it in realities, but also in pathways that can help us to escape being locked into the lower segments of the global value chain, that will also help us to navigate the emerging European Union sustainability measures. Thank you so much. Let's take a break for 20 minutes. And I kindly request that when I remind us that 20 minutes have elapsed, we get back to our seats and we continue. Thank you to the online audience. You are most welcome. We recognize that Ms. Vahini Naidu has also joined us. I had introduced her earlier. Ms. Vahini Naidu is the program coordinator for Trade for Development program at the South Center. Thank you so much for joining us. And I will also be recognizing other distinguished stakeholders who have also joined us as and when they join us. Thank you so much. Let's take a moment and just move right out as we exit through that door. We'll find tea, coffee served right there. And the 20 minutes have started counting. Thank you. To the online audience, please stay with us. We send you greetings, and we thank you for your patience in advance. Thank you. We're behind time. We expect to have the Commissioner External Trade speak to us for just 5 minutes. He was supposed to give some remarks at the beginning, but unfortunately he got caught up with some other very urgent programs. The media team, please alert me whether the Commissioner has joined. In case he is yet to join, then we could have some quick introductions, and then I could guide how we proceed as soon as he joins. We got some stakeholders who joined us as we were having the tea break. So I request that we pass around the microphone just to know who is in the room and to appreciate the good work that they all do. Thank you. And then we will have this session just shortly after those brief introductions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barbara Mujeni, and I'm a CEO and co-founder of a coffee exporting company called Kwezi Coffee. We export Robusta and Arabica coffee from Uganda. It's women and youth-led that focuses on selling women-produced coffees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we know who is in the room. I have been alerted by one of the speakers we have online that she has another engagement, but I kindly request that we change the program just slightly to have her remarks before she leaves. And that's none other than Miss Isolina Boto, who is the Secretary General of AgriNatura. And apologies to Miss Vahini Naidu, who was supposed to really kickstart this discussion for session 3 on understanding European Union regulatory shifts, which was supposed to really unpack the EU's evolving regulatory landscape, specifically the EU Green Deal and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, SPS, TBT measures, and analyze the implications for Africa's agriculture transformation. The media team, could you let me know whether Ms. Isolina Boto is online? And once again, apologies.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you loud and clear. So before we lose you online, we kindly request if you could share some perspectives with us, having listened to the earlier remarks. If you could speak to us at least for between 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll transition into other sessions. And once again, apologies to Ms. Vahini Naidu, who was really supposed to kickstart this discussion, but because of conflicting programs and schedules on the side of some of our key speakers, we request to make this slight adjustment. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Isolina Boto.
Thank you very much. I think there is also an echo. I hope it's okay. I think Vaini remarks are critical, actually, and I'm very sorry to have to come before detailed, and I'm sure that it's things that she would have covered. So I will try to come back, but there are meetings I cannot change at this time. So in talking about, and she will detail, I mean, of course, the EUDR, CCSDDD, and EU Green Deal, and the changes happening at the EU level, which are really reshaping how, to access the EU markets in general. And it affects, of course, smallholders, SMEs, and private sector from Africa and other regions in the world. Things are changing. There have been late changes there. She will also explain which are kind of removing some application for now to small operators, like farmers and SMEs, or just delaying the implementation. But of course, one of the critical factors for the private sector, especially the small private sector. We don't talk about the very big companies who, of course, have means, of getting themselves informed, applying changes and so on. But for the smallest groups, is really a problem to even understand what it means to comply with these regulations and what it entails in terms of capacities and cost. We have seen that for other, work along the years, like the diversification, accessing export markets, and so on. So even if those, markets are very difficult at the EU level because very demanding, I have to say that my previous experience as a private sector, I could see that many of the organized farmers, cooperatives, SMEs, and so on, really manage to export, not without difficulties, but that's life, export to the EU. And by exporting to the EU and with very high standards, they did much better than in continuing to export in some cases, but also shifting to the regional markets, which is one regional continental markets in Africa, which is a key area even in the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. So it has brought really a lot of capacities there. I think it would be a pity to lose that. Obviously, there are other markets than the EU markets. Also, analysis show that they are not necessarily, on the long term, even if there are short-term gains in the long term, that profitable. So I think it's really worth continuing to talk to the European side and the EU in particular, and analyze better the short-term pressures. And those are what it will imply as requirements for the Africa side on geolocation, traceability, risk assessment, due diligence, on the complexity for some operators to understand, and also the cost, especially for small cooperatives, and advocating, as we did for other areas, that we need accompanying measures, that if not, the farmers and the SMEs risk really exclusion, and it will interrupt, I mean, it will affect all the supply chain, of course, consolidation, in addition that it will not be fair, obviously, because they are the main producers and they are, the ones that bring us food every day. I think there are certainly risks, but there are potential for upgrading. If it's handled well, the regulations can add and can act as levers for upgrading, and this can serve as well the regional markets, well, in Eastern Southern Africa and more broadly the ACFTA. The compliance is not only legal, of course it's legal, but it implies technical, scientific and institutional investments and capacities. So this can be, again, we have seen that in other areas. We know that the farmers and small operators are not financed enough, or the finance available is not suitable to them. We know that they need aggregation, and you cannot deal with just small, farmers without a level of organization, and that's critical for the compliance. I think that in addition to the donors, and the EU, of course, is an important one, there should be more involvement and more support to those operators by the African governments. This is something that comes as well, on the Malabo discussions and the investment in agriculture sector. And I think this debate of the EU compliance now brings together some of the issues we have been discussing for decades, in some cases with huge advancements, in others still with some blocking factors. So I would like really to urge, of course, it has been said by previous speakers, EAC, SADC and your region, to reduce fragmentation, to harmonize standards, to support regional processing, to coordinate, obviously, responses to the EU requirements, and creating stepping stones for upgrading before entering EU markets. And that's where the partnerships, including, of course, with research institutions where I sit today, are critical. This we could bring, I have no time, but we could bring really excellent examples. I've been very impressed by some of the SMEs and farmers exporting within Africa and exporting to the EU. But I think there is not enough support to those operators to scale up their successes. And this, it will be a great advancement as well for some of the regional blocs in Africa. that would be some of the, and I hope I can come back because it's a very, very interesting debate, but these are some of the elements. And I would love to also listen to some of the operators that are in the room today with you on coffee and cocoa, and also supporting, of course, women and youth operators.
Thank you. A round of applause for Ms. Isolina Boto. Thank you very, very much for those really insightful remarks and also contributing to this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind us that Ms. Isolina Boto is the Secretary General for AgriNatura, but also she has over 25 years of experience in agricultural development, spanning policy, private sector engagement, and agricultural innovation. She also has led agribusiness projects supporting capacity development of SMEs, entrepreneurs, and farmers' organizations across Africa, and she has been a strong advocate for resilient and sustainable food systems. And of course, she's currently the Secretary General for AgriNatura. I hope I did justice to the introduction and I did not misrepresent any of the facts. Thank you so much. But I would like to emphasize really a few things out of some reflections and perspectives that Ms. Isolina Boto has shared. She really has appreciated the earlier discussions, and she shares some of the positions that were shared here. But for emphasis, she has emphasized the importance of the EU market, that we cannot just ignore the fact that we need every available market, including the EU market. But there are some risks and opportunities. Of course, we've been talking about the compliance burden, that there is a burden for compliance. But also she has emphasized the need for this information to trickle down to the rights holders, the producers, the farmers. And also, of course, we need to be cognizant of the standards. Of course, the EU standards are very high, but also it's a wake-up call for African governments and regional institutions to do what we need to do. Some of these issues, like for example, she raised geolocation, traceability, some issues that we need as we talk about transforming the agriculture sector. The issue of data cannot be overemphasized. Of course, part of the risks in the wake of the emerging sustainability measures is exclusion of smallholder farmers. So how then can we ensure that as we talk about the navigating the emerging EU sustainability directives, we do not leave behind smallholder farmers, the producers who struggle with quite a number of challenges, a cocktail of challenges, and who need a lot of support in order to remain competitive. We need the private sector to remain competitive. But we can't achieve this overnight. We need to have some deliberate and intentional support and efforts towards ensuring that across the entire value chain, agricultural value chain, beyond some of the products like coffee, how then can we look at cocoa and the rest of the other selected products? Because we all know that 8 products are affected by the EUDR, European Union Deforestation Regulation. Beyond looking at coffee and beyond being reactive, how then can we strategically be able to comply, ensure that we have a fully operational national traceability system, achieve a coordinated response at the respective regional economic community level, East African community, SADC, Southern African Development Community, but also at the African Union level. Thank you so much for those very, very insightful perspectives that you have shared. Ms. Isolina Boto. Media team, kindly alert me whether Commissioner has joined. Oh, yes, he already shared with me a message that he's online. So, colleagues, I'm really sorry once again that we're making just some slight adjustments to the program, but we're going to briefly hear from Commissioner, and this is none other than Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, who is the Commissioner for External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda, who is actually in charge of all these issues. When we talk about external trade, it includes our trade with the EU and the rest of the world. So he will also be sharing some brief remarks, and then we transition to session 3, which is understanding EU regulatory shifts. And once again, apologies to Ms. Vahini Naidu, Program Coordinator, Trade for Development Program at the South Center based in Geneva, that we made her really we made her stay longer without getting to share with us. But we thank you for your patience and understanding, and we can't wait to hear from you. But for now, over to you, Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, Commissioner, External Trade, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to share some remarks with us. And thank you for joining us virtually amidst your very many conflicting schedules. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you loud and clear, and we can see your face clearly. Thank you.
Okay, I just put there the video briefly so that you can put the voice to the face. I will switch it off for purposes of allowing a better audio and internet connection. So I want to really thank you from the onset. Thank you, the people from Siatini, for organizing this. It has long been overdue. It is a narrative that we have been having here at the ministry and with other various stakeholders. And we are really appreciative when we have all hands on deck from civil society, academia, private sector, and government to dialogue on issues such as this that affect our market access, particularly to EU, which is one of our major trading partners. As Herbert introduced me, my name's Ndorere Cleopas. I'm the Commissioner responsible for external trade in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. So my duty, my everyday work is to see how do we grow our external trade or our foreign trade to reach bigger and wider markets. So in 2023, I think that's when the EU DR were passed, we had a bit of a shock, for lack of a better word, because on our side, to be honest, we felt that there wasn't sufficient dialogue with our trade partners to determine exactly what objective we wanted to achieve vis-a-vis the environmental discussion that is now globally becoming very important. We felt that much as we really had to work towards working to roll back the deforestation, there was a strong need to balance the needs of the LDCs and the agrarian economies vis-a-vis the achievements we want to make in the climate change. That notwithstanding, we are now here with that directive or regulation. So it is water under the bridge. We cannot lament much, but to discuss how best we can move to ensure that our market access is not affected in the EU. The biggest challenge we see from the side where we sit in the ministry is on the traceability. The registration and the certification and all that may be done, but how will the challenge we've been grappling with is how do you deal with the smallholder farmers, especially given that these regulations are working across the entire value chain. If I'm to use an example of the beef, say, it simply means that even when you are cow or you are whatever animal you are picking the beef from,
is being grazed on a formerly forested area. Then the beef, the leather, every part of the value chain is affected by these regulations. So the certification and traceability at every stage of that level of the value chain is where we see the big problem. Many people have argued that because these regulations really affect EU companies that with a certain threshold in turnover, they may have no impact, big impact on the Africans or in Uganda to be particular. But on our side, we don't believe that to be true, simply because many of these EU companies do a consolidation, or there is a value chain, they are off-takers from the smallholders, and the smallholders, each of these smallholders must have their own kind of traceability. In coffee, we know that Ministry of Agriculture has done a great job. The last time we spoke, I am told they had registered over 1.5 million coffee growers. I don't know whether at that those were only growers. What about the sellers and the small holders, the buyers? Because if you go to coffee, for instance, growing areas, you'll find that there are people who come with the dairy. The dairy is a tin, and he buys coffee from someone, then wants to take it for maybe for roasting or somewhere in another roaster. Who registers that kind of person? The value chain is quite a little bit long. So it seems to me and seems to us this side that for us to succeed in much of this EUDR, we may need to shorten the value chain. But the more you shorten it, the more you push out the SMEs. The consolidation may be difficult because of the land tenure system we have, and each one is required to have their own geospatial or geographical registration. So all those issues, it is evident that they are going to affect our market access or our export of products to the EU. 60% of our coffee is going to the EU. We already have other challenges besides this EUDR. As I speak right now, I have on my desk a complaint or a petition from someone who exports gelatine products from bovine. He has got 9 containers which are stuck on the high seas, and he has been told that they cannot access the EU market. For 4 years, he has been exporting to the EU market, but suddenly I'm told he's supposed to register in something called traces NT, a standard which was not notified. And we all know the notification procedures at the WTO. And yet, when I contacted the Minister of Agriculture, my colleague commissioner in animal, they did not have the notification either. So some of the things we also need to do is the notification, to improve on the notification and dissemination of some of this information so that it can trickle down to the people that really need it. The notification not only in the standards for market access, but even at the production level. We have seen sometimes where our fruits and vegetables and other products have reached the market, and we're told, no, this kind of herbicide or herbicide was long banned in EU, so we cannot accept a product where you have used this kind of herbicide. And yet, when we go back in our records, we can barely find that kind of notification having come through so that we can send it down to the people who do the actual production to be aware that moving forward, that kind of maybe chemical is not allowed in the EU market. So besides preparing ourselves for the EUDR, we feel strongly that there is much more we need to work together to make market access a little lighter, because the compliance burden has become even more and more heavier as time moves on. This morning, one of the meetings I was in, was a breakfast meeting for our exporters. The compliance burden to them now comes second to the logistics cost. If you look at what previously there was the logistics cost, and then the cost of production, and then compliance. But now compliance is soon coming to overtake even the logistics, freight and shores and all that, which is a concern. Because sometimes one thing I keep wondering in my head is that when we talk of standards, I have seen many of our visitors come and enjoy, tourists and all that. They are enjoying our fruits and vegetables in Sheraton, even on the roadside. And yet, then when it comes to sending them to their countries, they say they are not good enough. So I have never understood the logic behind that, but perhaps that's a discussion of another day. Coming to the corporate social due diligence directive, sustainability due diligence, that one again now we have read it and we find it a bit also much of what is in it is not necessarily trade related, and yet it affects the market access. It is now falling more on the side of private standards, which private standards are not disciplined at the WTO because they are not part of it. So it seems to me that while we make progress on the multilateral level by disciplining the standards of SPS, TPT, and other agreements, we find a proliferation of now other private standards that roll back some of the progress that has been made over the years through the multilateral system. So I want to stop there, but once again thank Siatini. I did not address the protocol because I was not sure I joined late, I was not sure who is in the room, but we do appreciate the work. It's not all gloom. We appreciate the work we are doing with the EU and the SB4U. They have supported a lot of our work, especially last week we launched the guidelines for standards and the credit and certification. They are supporting the regulatory regime, trade facilitation, and many other areas. But as I said at the start, it would be good if some of these standards and regulations which come through our trading partners, if we had maybe a dialogue so that we could be able to make an input on our side to allow a mutually beneficial engagement. Thank you so much, Herbert. Allow me to stop there.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner. A round of applause for Commissioner. Thank you so much, Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda, for those very insightful remarks. He has also contributed to setting the scene for the discussion that is continuing, but also some of the issues he has shared align very well with the earlier positions and perspectives shared from various speakers. But notably, I would like to, of course, emphasize the issue of Africa being on the table. Africa wasn't on the table when these sustainability measures were put in place. We were not consulted. But also, the issue of who pays the price for sustainability is also one issue that has come up. And beyond that, the far-reaching implications of these measures, the shifting EU regulatory measures, already biting deep, especially among the private sector actors. He has, of course, informed us that he received a complaint petition where one of the private sector actors petitioned in regards to 9 containers being stuck. So the issues of notification are also critical because how information trickles down to the last mile value chain actor is very important. And some of these issues are being raised in the wake of some changes nationally here in Uganda because we may all appreciate that there was rationalization, but also how now government is organized needs to be communicated fully to the different stakeholders to appreciate that it's not scrapping of institutions, but rather realigning mandates and reorganizing for the better. So I think that information also needs to trickle down to the various agricultural value chain actors to appreciate that now we have the Coffee Development Department under the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, that we previously had the Uganda Export Promotion Board, but now we have WUFZEPA, which is Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority, which also has the mandate that Uganda Export Promotion Board used to have. So that information needs to trickle down, and other agencies, because it's beyond that. But for the interest of our discussion, I singled out those two because they really were offering a lot of support, especially towards the agricultural value chain actors. And I cannot also forget the fact that, to mention, that the Coffee Development Department is already up and running, which is headed by Commissioner Gerald Chalo, Dr. Gerald Chalo, who is not here with us physically, but we expect to have him join us virtually to share some insights. But also, I would like to also recognize that there are other officials from Ministry of Agriculture, and with us we have Mr. Charles Amoti Mugabi, who is here with us. He is a senior agricultural inspector, and I know he will be speaking to us at a later time. So we are glad to have really all the relevant stakeholders in the House. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. And without further ado, I would like to draw your attention to session 3, where we already heard from Ms. Isolina Boto. And we will now continue with session 3, which is on understanding European Union regulatory shifts, where the shifts are coming from, how the shifts are playing out, who is affected, and what is entailed. But this session will technically unpack the EU's evolving regulatory landscape, specifically the EU Green Deal and the policy tools and measures under the EU Green Deal. We have been talking about the EU Green Deal and only mentioning a few of the sustainability measures, like the EUDR, Farm to Fork strategy, but there is quite a lot that is under the EU Green Deal. So the lead presentation will provide a structured overview of compliance requirements, timelines, traceability obligations, and due diligence expectations. And that will be followed by a panel discussion where we will deepen the analysis by exploring practical implementation challenges for African value chains, risks to smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and SMEs, national and regional readiness in the EAC and SADC sub-regions, and emerging opportunities for value addition, technology adoption, and green investment. And this session is really intended to build a shared understanding of policy shifts and identify areas requiring coordinated technical and policy support. So I would like now to invite Ms. Vahini Naidu, Program Coordinator, Trade for Development Program of the South Center, based in Geneva, to take us through the presentation on unpacking the EU Green Deal, its policy measures, such as the EUDR Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and their implications for Africa's agriculture transformation. Thank you so much, but also request in a special way to speak to the shifts at the multilateral level. Commissioner Cleopas Ndorere mentioned about the issue of multilateral governance. Some of the EU measures, in fact, if not all, are unilateral measures. So how can we move forward? And should we still maintain faith in the multilateral trading system, especially under the World Trade Organization governance, or we should find our way out? Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody. Can I just confirm if you can hear me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you loud and clear.
And you can see my slides?
Yes, please.
Hi, Herbert. Can you hear my slides? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides and we can hear you loud and clear. The only thing missing is seeing your face.
So I really just wanted to take you through, as you mentioned, the EU Green Deal and some of the issues that are emerging from it. And so let me just start by thanking Ciatini for organizing this very timely and important meeting. So the EU Green Deal is basically reshaping market access. And I think hearing from the commissioner was really important because many of my points will also kind of touch on what he's already covered so eloquently. What we're seeing is that there are several overlapping regulations with a lot of hard deadlines. And these rules will basically determine whether African smallholders can remain competitive over the next probably 12 to 24 months. And I think that's really the very important defining period of how African exporters are preparing themselves on the ground to adapt to what's coming. Now, there are basically 5 interlocking instruments that are affecting countries or basically the entire world simultaneously. And so together, they are going to have quite important cost structure, but also export implications to Europe. And so the burden, as we've seen from various studies, is going to be very asymmetrical. And the core tension, and this is where I kind of wanted to bring in where the actual implications are going to be, is on compliance costs, for instance. We're seeing that for smallholders, they are going to be absorbing a very large percentage of their annual income. And some studies even estimate that up to 75% of their annual income will go towards just complying with these regulations. While we're also seeing that larger exporters are absorbing less of this revenue. And so it's not really a challenge, but it's more a very, very fundamental structural barrier that we're seeing. In addition to this, there's a lot of awareness, there's a lot of industry surveys and studies that have been done that kind of tracked how awareness is basically spreading across the regions in Africa. And it's very, very low. It's actually quite worryingly low. So some surveys that were conducted this year show that 85% of East African agribusinesses don't have any substantive knowledge of what is coming. And I think that's why this platform that Ciatini is offering is really fundamental to kind of bridging this information gap that we're seeing. And in addition to this, the deadlines that we're seeing coming out of the EU are basically not up for a negotiation. So they can't really be moved. So the deforestation regulations, for instance, the phase 1 starts on the 30th of December 2025, and the due diligence directive from July 2027. And so the tension is basically that there is going to be quite a high exclusion risk, but also new opportunities if countries move early and are able to build the right system. So I'm just moving on to my next slide, which is essentially looking at the broader regulatory architecture. And I had mentioned that there are 5 flagship instruments that are really guiding this massive change that requires this adaptation. So we'll start off with the EU deforestation regulation, where basically it's saying that there shall be no deforestation after the 31st of December 2020. and that all major commodities will basically be covered, and that large operators must comply by the 30th of December of this year, whereas SMEs need to comply by the middle of next year, June 2026. Now, non-compliance will expose EU buyers to penalties, so they will basically take fewer risks as far as in terms of what we're seeing. Now, in terms of the due diligence directive, basically this is trying to mirror palm oil, cattle, beef, and all derived products. And interestingly, under the regulation, deforestation is basically defined under the scope to be that if land was forest at any point on or after the 31st of December 2020 and is later turned into coffee, cocoa, or rubber or other kind of covered crops, then that would be considered deforestation for the purposes of this regulation. And so in terms of the baseline, there is no deforestation after December 31st, 2020. Hence, basically this means that anything produced on land deforested after that date is prohibited from the EU market. So interestingly, in the deforestation regulations, they've introduced 3 tiers of compliance. And so the first one relates to geolocation and satellite verification. And I was just going through some studies to look at how some of the costs have been broken down, and it is estimated between 200 to 500 euros per year that this would cost. Due diligence and documentation, as well as your audits, are likely to cost between 1,000 to 5,000 euros per cycle. And then you also have your digital traceability, and I'm going to give you an interesting example in the next slide. But digital traceability has been estimated in terms of like your equipment and your setup to cost around 500 to 1,500 euros. And you know, if you look at these costs cumulatively, they are massive if you're looking at the incomes that smallholders are receiving on a monthly or an annual basis. So roughly, we're looking at a total cost per smallholder between 740 euros to almost 2,000 euros per year. And so the average smallholder income in the region is between 1,000 to 3,000 euros per year. So this regulation is basically going to cause a lot of capital and digital asymmetries, particularly if you don't have the capacity that most smallholders simply do not have. So I wanted to present an interesting example of basically a success story, and that refers to basically Ghana's cocoa traceability system, which is known as the GCTS, where there is demonstrated proof that it has been a scalable model that I think may be an interesting example to start looking at. And here Ghana has basically shown that compliance is possible with some of these regulations if the government is directly involved in supporting and building the infrastructure. So, for instance, we've seen that there are 40,000 or over 40,000 farms that have been GPS mapped, and there's also been over 20,000 farmer registrations. And this has been enabled by a lot of support, for instance, on QR code tracking from the farm to the exporter. There's also been some dedicated support that has been given towards reporting via SMS for farmers who have low literacy, for instance. And also the cost per farmer is also dramatically lower per year because the systems are pooled. And I think this is basically the big takeaway from this, is that one of the strongest examples is basically seeing the technology, the finance, and the infrastructure coming in from the government, the private sector, and the cooperatives to try and reverse or address this cost challenge. So on the next slide, I wanted to focus specifically on the due diligence directive. And here there's basically a cascading liability that's emerging. So this particular directive will be phased in from July 2027, but its effects are going to start much earlier. For instance, EU buyers are facing a lot of legal exposure for violations in their own upstream chains. And so they will start demanding like documentation from exporters, processors, and eventually smallholders. And so even if those actors, like the smallholders, aren't legally bound, the EU will be required to comply, which will then push some of that burden onto the exporters. And so African supply chains, in many instances are built on informal labor, on customary law governing land tenure and land use, and cash payments. So there is going to be an increasing challenge regarding not having the required documentation or the infrastructure to collect this kind of documentation. And so here we will see a bigger role for the governments or for some kind of intervention, state intervention, to try and support more predictable consolidation of this process, and also to ensure that smallholders are not excluded unfairly from these requirements. The next slide, I wanted to just focus on the farm to fork. And this is basically looking at whether there are higher barriers or not. And here, the EU has a sustainability target to reduce pesticide use by 50% and fertilizers by 30%. And so if you combine this, the EU projects that this output, that this will reduce EU output by approximately 5 to 10%, which will create import opportunities for others. But we're also seeing that the same agenda is also driving tighter import requirements. So, for instance, the EU allows 2 micrograms per kilogram of aflatoxin in coffee, but the US allows 20. So the testing alone can cost from 200 to 2,000 euros per shipment. So this is obviously going to be quite a significant barrier. We're also seeing that the commercial space is widening, but the regulatory doorways are basically narrowing. And so there are going to be some very important implications for smallholders and for smaller companies who are affected by this. Now going on to the next slide on the CBAM, which relates really to, I wanted to focus primarily on the carbon pricing and the measurement, reporting, and verification, the MRV. So from the 1st of January 2026, exporters supplying the CBAM-covered products are going to face the real carbon costs at the EU border. So some modeling that has been done by the London School of Economics and the African Climate Foundation shows that there is potentially going to be a 5.72% drop in total African exports and up to 31 billion euros GDP loss in extreme cases. And here we're seeing direct impacts on countries like Mozambique, who on aluminium alone could fall 13.9%. But the real constraint, as I had mentioned, is regarding the measurement, reporting, verification, infrastructure costs. And here, some estimates have been done regarding how much is it going to cost you to create these national level systems. And essentially, some studies say it would cost between 5 to 20 million euros upfront, together with an estimated 1 to 3 million euros per year just for operational costs to keep it going. And so most African countries, as we know, lack this MRV capacity. On to my next slide, and this really relates to some of the sanitary and phytosanitary and technical barriers to trade issues. And here, you know, it's not a very, it's quite a pessimistic picture when we look at how compliance costs are continuing to rise. So we're looking at from your basic testing, building in testing delays, looking at how to upgrade your cold chains. It's going to be quite significant. The UNCTAD data, which is the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development, they have done some research that shows that African suppliers spend between 8 to 12% FOB, a free on board value, on just SPS compliance, and that developed country suppliers spend only between 2 to 3%. So in the WTO, for instance, we see that the committees on SPS and TBT are thriving because many countries, mostly developing countries, are regularly reporting their concerns with a lot of these EU measures in which it is seen that several of the SPS and TBT measures undertaken in the EU are having a direct and adverse impact on market access, particularly for African and developing countries. And so just in a very practical example, we've seen the effects already of SPS TBT measures. So like Nigeria's cocoa exports had dropped below 12%, dropped 12%. We've seen also examples of Cameroon coffee facing stricter thresholds than the US market in excess of 20 to 30%. So these are quite significant. And you know, it's really important for African countries to continue reporting their concerns. And I see that the East African community countries, member countries, are quite active in these bodies in trying to relay some of the impacts that these measures are having in their economies. My next slide relates to basically the smallholder inclusion risk. And I had mentioned earlier in my previous slide about the awareness being extremely low. You know, there's also some industry surveys saying that awareness in West Africa is only at 20% and 10% in Southern Africa. So these are really quite concerning, but I know that a lot of countries and a lot of civil society organizations and think tanks are working to kind of bridge this disconnect. I think in addition to saying this, the documentation systems, the labs, the digital tools, the formal records are missing across entire supply chains. And so if compliance costs are going to be, I mean, more than, for instance, 50% of income, then it's almost certain that smallholders are not going to be able to absorb these costs. And so I think here we're looking at how do we pool systems or financing? You know, how can we ensure that they exit export markets and EU buyers could consolidate sourcing around large operators? And I think there are some policy choices that are going to be very important in the next 1 year to 2 years to consider to try and mitigate these adverse impacts. Now I just wanted to focus very quickly, and I'm almost coming to the end, regarding some emerging opportunities. And so there is some potential that if the affected actors and companies, etc., try to move early, there are some potential benefits that could happen. So I mentioned the Ghana example, where they really tried to build and scale up. But there's also some green investment pipelines that are coming up. So we know the EU Global Gateway has about 300 billion euros globally. The African Development Bank also has some facilities for green finance, particularly for agriculture. And then there's also carbon credits, as well as ESG financing flows towards low deforestation supply chains. So there are some opportunities that exist for trying to mitigate some of these costs. And I think these need to be explored more. Now, just coming a bit closer to my direct work on a daily basis, and this relates to some of the WTO and trade dimensions, as well as some of the Global South trade strategies around what's going on. So, these regulations were basically designed without any sufficient input from developing countries and without African input. And they really ignore basic development principles such as common and differentiated responsibilities. But meanwhile, we're seeing, in the context of agriculture, for instance, the EU still subsidizes agriculture in excess of 40 billion euros per year. And so, there's been quite an active agenda by the Africa group in the WTO regarding trying to challenge what they perceive to be trade distorting subsidies and how to level the playing field. But at the same time, we're also dealing with these stricter rules for exporters coming out of the same countries who are distorting the market through their subsidies and domestic support. And so I think in Geneva, and in trade negotiations generally, there are some priority issues that could be considered. So for instance, we could consider protecting data sovereignty in digital trade rules that are emerging in the multilateral framework, especially around protecting agricultural data. We can also try, even though increasingly the scope for development issues and special and differential treatment that takes into account your particular levels of development is being narrowed significantly. But maybe there is some negotiating space to secure some of the special treatment in future agreements as they relate to financing, timelines for implementation, and also technology transfer. And finally, maybe there is an opportunity to also build some alternatives and look at different frameworks. So for instance, you could look at the African Union's sustainability frameworks, the BRICS plus coordination, maybe another avenue to try to address these issues. The African Continental FTA also has digital trade rules that tries to protect your domestic regulatory space, and generally any kind of ongoing negotiations could try to see how some kind of mitigating provisions could be built in. And on my last slide, I just wanted to talk about some of the risks and the opportunities. I think there are many more risks than there are opportunities. And the risk is very high. There is smallholder exclusion, supply chain consolidation. There's also widening technology gaps that we're seeing. And the policy window, we believe, is now that government systems, or at least some support around traceability systems, could help. There are financing mechanisms that could help. The technology exists. It's just a matter of trying to have access to them and to build that kind of technology and capacity. And maybe, as I mentioned before, the Ghana model may provide some pathway to look at some kind of positive ways to work on this. And maybe some short-term solutions, because I was listening to the commissioner mentioning some of these very direct impacts that are happening right now on smallholders. And one, for instance, could be and awareness, and kind of like an emergency awareness drive, where there can be briefings for exporters and cooperatives and local governments, and local governments in local languages, focusing on the value chains that are very important to particular countries, like coffee, cocoa, tea. There's also an opportunity for securing some funding for low-cost GPS mapping and registration support. So maybe they could start looking at the highest risk export zones, so that they're not cut off in the first EU deforestation waves. And finally, there was just something I was thinking about. Maybe some kind of cost-sharing arrangement could be built in with the EU buyers, where you could potentially negotiate that buyers co-finance some of the initial costs, like the audits or the basic traceability for smallholder suppliers, instead of shifting the sourcing immediately. And so I'd like to stop here, and and I hope this was informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vahini Naidu. A better round of applause for Ms. Vahini Naidu for that very, very rich, comrades, a better round of applause. Thank you so much, Ms. Vahini Naidu, for that very rich presentation on unpacking the EU Green Deal, its policy measures such as EUDR, CS3D, Farm to Fork, and the implications for Africa's agriculture transformation. She has given us more than what we asked for. And if I'm to rate her presentation, it's been more like a masterclass. And given where she's positioned and her expertise, being a former negotiator for South Africa, there's really quite a lot that she brings to the table, including sharing intelligence from the WTO, given that she's really closer to the WTO as she's based in Geneva. Where she works at the South Center, it's just a few steps from the WTO headquarters. So she knows the proceedings and every detail of the committees at the World Trade Organization, and we can't thank her enough. But as part of what she shared, beyond really the facts around the policy tools under the EU Green Deal, she elucidated eloquently by also giving us some statistics around impact assessment, but also best practices within Africa and ECOWAS sub-region, Ghana, because Ghana is within ECOWAS. So she has shared with us Ghana's experience around navigating the issue of traceability. And I think that's one thing we need to also be able to borrow a leaf from and leverage the same. But also there is an untapped tool, which is the QR code. QR code is a quick response code. We know that these QR codes have been with us here. They are not a new idea, but we're not leveraging the same to ensure that our products are really traceable. And beyond that, there is one fact that remains. There is compliance pressure. The EU sustainability measures and directives are here with us, and pressure is upon us to ensure that we don't lose that EU market. But of course, the structural imbalances that are inherent within EU-Africa agriculture trade relations, these, the imbalances have been there, they are structural, and we've engaged on the same over the years. However, we are still at that same place of structural imbalances. How then can we leverage various frameworks, but also ensure that we use a unified approach at the regional economic community level, African Union level, but also engage with the EU, especially using frameworks and platforms like the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. A number of our members, even here in Uganda, are part of the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. So how then are we using such a platform to ensure that we advance our interests and also have a greater bargain so that we do not remain as suppliers of raw materials, and to ensure that our voices are centered within these evolving policy dynamics, policy measures such as the EUDR, and ensure that we secure the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Because when we talk about securing livelihoods, it's most especially for the smallholder farmers. Some big companies can be able to comply. And actually the stalemate around implementing or operationalizing the EUDR is around resistance also from some of these big companies that are also pushing back the delay or the postponement around implementation, because they invested quite a lot of money in putting up traceability systems, compliance systems. So they are saying no to postponing. They want the measure, the EUDR, to be implemented like yesterday because they have invested. But also on the other hand, as Africa, we were not on the table. And given our realities, resource-constrained settings, that our governments are also having really competing challenges, that as we talk about the EUDR, it's a build-up on the challenges, structural challenges, pre-existing challenges which we had. So Ms. Vahini Naidu, thank you so much for sharing with us a lot of rich information, but also contributing to shaping the way forward and linking the different levels, national, regional, continental, and the global level, but also sharing some intelligence around what's happening at the WTO level and how we can be we can be able to leverage some windows of opportunity that exist. Before I invite the panelists, I would like to recognize that we were joined by Mr. Francis Chisirinya, representing Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, would be comprised of esteemed panelists, including Ms. Isolina Boto, Secretary General of AgriNatura. She already spoke to us, so she may not join us, but we will have Dr. Bohela Lunogelo, who is come to the front and take his seat. Dr. Bohela Lunogero is a PhD agricultural economist and development and sector policy analyst, principal associate, researcher at ESRF, based in Tanzania. We also have Honorable Gideon Gatpan, who is the chairperson of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources. I request Honorable to, okay, he will be joining us shortly. He will be taking his seat. But also, we, like I indicated, we were supposed to have Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, former Minister of Agriculture in the Ugandan government and board member for the Private Sector Foundation, who is now represented by Mr. Chisirinya from the Private Sector Foundation. And I know we didn't give him enough time to really listen in and be able to follow along, but I would like to request him to come to the front to be part of this panel. Mr. Francis Chisirinya from the Private Sector Foundation, please take your seat at the front. I would also like to lastly invite Ms. Brenda Akankunda, the National Coordinator for the International Trade Center, to join the panelists. And so, comrades, Ms. Vahini Naidu is still with us because we will have a plenary session where we will ask some questions. So before we have that session, we will have some discussants. First, to react to the presentation that Ms. Vahini Naidu, Program Coordinator, Trade for Development Program at the South Center based in Geneva, delivered. But also they are going to be sharing from their perspectives because it's a diverse panel. We already heard from Ms. Isolina Boto, so we know really what her perspectives are. And she shared some intelligence and perspectives from the EU because she's based in Brussels. So now We will have Ms. Brenda Kankunda, National Coordinator, International Trade Center, which has also supported a lot of work around EUDR compliance, but also International Trade Center is not a new actor. It's been here. We have Mr. Francis Kisirinya from the Private Sector Foundation, who will represent the private sector. We've talked about the issue of remaining competitive, and he'll be sharing with us really some perspectives from the private sector. And lastly, like I indicated, actually not lastly, but we have Dr. Bohela Runogero, who is an agriculture economist, development and sector policy analyst, principal associate at the ESRF, based in Tanzania. And lastly, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, who will be joining the panel shortly. So first, I request to start with Dr. You could switch on your microphone to start with Dr. Runogero Bohela to first share his reflections in reaction to the presentation and really realities and issues that Ms. Vahinu Naidu shared with us as part of her presentation. But also, we would like to hear from him regarding regional perspectives. How is EUDR compliance in Tanzania, and how is the EUDR in particular being embraced? All EU sustainability measures, how are they being embraced in Tanzania? Because it would be important to have some comparative assessments and to hear from him based on their extensive work in Tanzania and the state of play of the agriculture sector in Tanzania. So I request that, yes, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, Chairperson of the Legislative Assembly, East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, has taken his seat. But first, like I indicated, let's start with Dr. Bohela Runogero to share some reflections and insights in reaction to the presentation first that was delivered by Ms. Vahini Naidu, but also he will be sharing some specific insights from Tanzania to have that comparative appreciation of how EU sustainability measures are being embraced in Tanzania and really what Tanzania's approach is, because we heard from Ms. Vahinu Naidu what Ghana is doing, so it would be good to appreciate. So if you could have your intervention first in between 3 to 5 minutes, then we can proceed. That's just the entry, really, intervention, and then we'll have insights from the rest of the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Herbert. I think today, this morning, we've had very interesting contributions, and the last one by Madam Naidu was very informative. And I could pick, like the key point here is that as EAC, we risk losing access to the EU market if we fail to comply to 3 key conditions. First, we have to comply to the issue. Closer to the microphone. Okay.
Apologies.
Yes,
I was actually going to request that you
sure.
You use this, but I request that we restrict the intervention to between 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh,
first.
sure. So I think the issue here that we risk losing access to the EU market unless we show that we are complying to the frustration-free supply chain. We have also proof of compliance with the human rights and environmental sustainability across the value chains, as she was saying. And then we have also to show that we have traceability, we comply with the traceability conditions, the certification conditions.
Dr. Runogero, I kindly request that you use this microphone. It might be a bit amplified and better.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for this, but it's just for the better.
Here I'm better. Herbert tells me I've run out of time. I think my takeaway from Madam's contribution is that for us as EAC, we need a regional and a multi-stakeholder approach, which should combine policy harmonization, investing in digital infrastructure, having a joint financing mechanism between the private and public sector, and coming with a strong advocacy approach. So I've picked like 5 pathways. The first one I just said is about regional coordination and the policy alignment, and we are glad that we have here the chairperson of IALA responsible for that. It means, what does it mean? It means we should, as a region, develop a regional compliance framework that is aligned with the EUDR and the CSDDD requirements. We should harmonize our approach, sir, in terms of traceability systems, so that we don't have each country incur cost on their own. It should have joint pooling resources to have a harmonized system for traceability, and also land tenure, as we just heard. The other one, we should also establish a joint negotiation platform. As we said, EU went ahead to develop those conditions without involving us. But for us now, we have to negotiate as a team, as a region, to engage EU on timelines, technical support, etc. The second pathway, we should also invest as a region together, pool resources to invest in digital traceability and data systems, so that we can deploy digital platforms for farm mapping and traceability, promote data sharing between governments and the private sector. You just heard the Director for Agriculture there online. He was talking about this trader who had some shipments to Europe, but that information might have already come to government, but he was not aware. So the issue of sharing information is critical. We will also support capacity building for smallholder farmers to understand the compliance requirements, but including also our traders. The third pathway is that of promoting PPP, private-public partnership, especially in financing. This could involve, for example, government investing, shared investment, co-investing with the private sector and development partners in setting up certification and monitoring system. We should also join effort to create regional sustainability funds so that we can help to subsidize the compliance cost. As we noted, even Naidu said, it's very expensive for our farmers on their own, smallholder, even if they work as cooperatives. And they know that when we did the MATS project, even in Ghana for cocoa, it was very difficult even among the cooperative unions on their own to employ that. We should also work to make, as part of the PPP, to leverage green finance and carbon credit markets to offset costs. At the moment, you could see, like in Tanzania, the European companies are the ones actually investing, buying land or leasing land and planting trees, and they are the ones actually the first one. They're already reaping some benefits. What our farmers with their villages or local forests, they're not getting anything out of it. So we have been slow to take advantage of the green carbon credit, for example. The fourth pathway is to integrate compliance into agricultural transformation agenda. Let's not treat UDR as a burden. We could see some of the conditions are also good for us actually as African countries. If we can modernize our agriculture, improve for us. We should also promote agroforestry and regenerative practices that meet deforestation-free requirements while enhancing resiliency. It's also time, I think, for us to work as a team within a continent to align with the FCTA and the EU climate strategies. The fifth pathway I see is that of advocacy and diplomacy, so that we push for first implementation of, and of course it requires some technical assistance. Of course, that's the old way of doing things. We can still generate our own resources, but here we can also still say, okay, since you are pushing us to move so fast, can you also assist us to make sure that we move the right pace? The other part is to advocate for recognition of regional and certification schemes to reduce duplication, because they said if Ghana can have done it, I'm sure within the ECOWAS, so it means if they join the effort with the other countries, things would have been better than duplicate each country doing on their own. And then the third one is to ensure smallholder representation in the global platform. I think those are my first type of intervention. The second one, you wanted me to talk about experience in Tanzania. I wasn't very prepared about saying the detail of what we are doing, but I have my colleague from Tanzania during dialogue plenary. I think he will intervene in that one. But what I'm sure is that we got a letter from the European Union about the need now to make sure that our coffee complies to UDR. But it came as relief when they negotiated. They realized that it was a coffee which was planted after 1st of January 2021. So that came as a relief, so that we have that. Most of our coffee actually are old plantations. So that has come. Last week I checked with the ministry. They said it's okay. Very few farms which started after January 2021. So we're doing well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bohela Runogero, for that entry submission and also sharing some key takeaways from Ms. Vahinu Naidu's presentation. I would like now to invite Mr. Francis Kisirinya, Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation, to share with us some concerns from the private sector, but also the preparedness of the private sector. Because for him, I'm restricting it to that because we would like to hear more regarding the preparedness of the private sector. And also, in reaction to what Ms. Vahinu Naidu shared, is it the same reality all in regards to the private sector, given that PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, is an umbrella body? The story is different. And he will confirm that. Please, if you could make your way here and have your intervention for between 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name, again, is Francis Kisirinya. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, a member of Private Sector Foundation. I've been in Private Sector Foundation for a long time, but I've moved now to Uganda Agribusiness Alliance. You wanted to hear from us what the concerns are from the private sector regarding these directives that are coming from the EU market. Clearly, we are quite concerned about a number of things because, one, the requirements that we need for certification, but also on the governance side, mean that as the private sector, we've got to put aside a large amount of capital to help us deal with continue doing the business. So the high costs are one, but also the need for more capital to run our businesses is another. And you can imagine in economies like our economies in EAC and SADC, where cost of capital is actually a major concern. So this becomes a very big issue. The second issue is that we can see that value chains or sources of the products that we trade in might be very much affected and create supply challenges or supply barriers. In Uganda and most of the EAC, I think most of the, if they get disappointed and are not able to continue producing, meaning that what will happen is that the private sector's supply chains will actually be affected. The third thing that we see is that from a perspective of trade, I think it is becoming more and more difficult to access export markets or foreign markets because of all the time there are things that are actually required, and some directives actually we don't have as private sector a lot of leverage to stop them or to avoid them. So meaning that accessing these markets becomes a problem, but there comes also this feeling that perhaps trading across borders is now becoming highly risky because of uncertainty in terms of the regulatory environment that you work with, because things keep on changing all the time, and that definitely affects the way the private sector actually operates, because private sector operates on uncertainty, as you all know. How are we prepared to have to deal with these issues? So one of the things as the private sector, we are consolidating and enhancing our advocacy, especially to our governments, to try to make it easier for us to continue in business. That is in terms of providing trade facilitation by ensuring that we can have access to financing which can help us defray some of the costs, and most especially the costs that are met by the smallholder farmers. So we think there should be more interventions, and I was very happy when I was coming in and somebody said that it will be good for the buyers. I hope it is not ourselves, the aggregators internally, yeah, and exporters, but the buyers from the other side, to meet the costs, the initial cost of compliance. So this, the pool of resources can come through government to establish matching grants, low-cost capital, and guarantees, which we can actually use going forward. So in that preparedness thing, we are doing a lot of work in terms of enhancing advocacy. The second one is we are doing a lot of work in terms of information dissemination, educating the private sector and informing them and making them aware of these coming requirements so that they can immediately begin to prepare themselves. When that happens, and we think that the impact will not be as big, finally, we are also encouraging the business community, the private sector, including the farmers, because many times we forget and think that farmers is not a business. I can tell you farming is a business, and where I come from, at Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, we would like to look at farming as a business. So the farmers, to be motivated to work with others, to work in a cooperative way. The idea of working alone, okay, is a big problem even to themselves. When we work in a cooperative way, we are able to address some of the issues jointly. So at Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, we have really worked a lot and have promoted so much what we call value chains. We can see what actually that means, because you are able to map and understand from the very beginning of the value chain, in this case from the farm, up to the very market, the end market, or up to the fork. What are the requirements, what are the gaps, what needs to be done at each and every step of the way. So then you are able to organize this, seek for help, but also look for the appropriate capital investment that can make the value chain more cost efficient and therefore competitive. I thank you very much, but those are our perspectives from the private sector.
Better round of applause, comrades, for Mr. Chisirinya Francis, and apologies for the earlier wrong, really, introduction. But Mr. Francis Chisirinya is the Chief Executive Officer for the Uganda Agribusiness Alliance. And Uganda Agribusiness Alliance is a network of agribusinesses and agribusiness-related apex organizations working towards an inclusive and competitive agribusiness industry in Uganda. He brings a lot of experience working with the private sector, having been at the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, but also Uganda Agribusiness Alliance is still a member of the Private Sector Foundation. Thank you so much for those wonderful insights. He has confirmed to us that they are preparing, they are doing the groundwork to ensure that the private sector remains competitive, securing livelihoods of producers, but also he has emphasized the issue of information, because that should be the starting point. But also the initial groundwork is being done by the private sector to ensure that there's also some level of preparedness, because we cannot also rely on external support alone, but rather also in country, the work we do determines how we comply and secure the livelihoods and our trade. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Ms. Brenda Akankunda, who is the National Coordinator here in Uganda for the International Trade Center, to share some
small and medium enterprises for access to markets. And for us, that's why the changing regulatory landscape is of a concern to us, because anything that affects the markets for the producers is definitely a point that we pay so much attention to. Maybe to start with from Vahini's presentation, and I think the presentation before her around the EUDR, I want to start from a point that we're seeing quite a lot of developments. Last week on the 4th, there was a political agreement, both by the EU Commission and the EU Parliament, to extend the EUDR for 1 year. So which would mean that instead of start of 2026, then we're looking at start of 2027. However, a final decision hasn't been reached. It still needs to be adopted in the EU Parliament. So we are hoping that on the 15th of this month, hopefully, it will then receive the formal approval. When we have the formal approval, that means we have more time to prepare. But then that also means, majorly we have more time to prepare. However, if we don't have the final approval on that date, then it means EUDR will still come into force at the start of next year. So either way, our focus now remains at how do we prepare to ensure we meet the timelines. There was also, a lot of mention around EU and its involvement and, the need to come in and assist. And I want to applaud the EU for the work they're already doing in terms of supporting. Directly here in Uganda, at least from ITC side, because the EU is our donor, but also we've seen direct involvement by the EU delegation around awareness raising of EUDR, which is also critical. And like Jen mentioned in the opening, that we acknowledge that there is a mandatory shift. There is a shift in the landscape. And I think for us as actors that have always talked about responsible business conduct, we applaud it as, a key step. So yes, we want to move towards responsible business conduct. We, of course, cognizant of the fact that, as different players, and especially for us as, Africa and producing countries, we need time, we need resources to be able to meet the compliance. So the EU is already investing in a lot of resources to support especially the producer countries. And I think we can call for more support, but it's good that we acknowledge that particular support. I want to briefly mention part of the work that, has taken place in Uganda, not just by ITC, but really what's been done in terms of preparedness to meet the requirements, especially for EUDR. I'm glad to note that ITC kick-started the process of supporting the sector, But then we've had so many players that have come in and continued the support. So from 2023, there's really a lot of work that's been done by the private sector, by the ministry, but also by the development partners. And the major outputs we've had, one is that for Uganda, we now have a national value chain action plan on compliance that sets a roadmap of what do we think is required for us to be able to comply. So that is there, it's a costed action plan, and this was supported by ITC. So when we did it, then partners also came on board and said, okay, how do we then implement this action plan? And the major component of the plan was registration, which is very key for EUDR. So as of today, I know that 1.8 million farms, not farmers, 1.8 million farms have been registered already. This has been enabled by the support from agribusiness development, ABI, but then also from government directly. Right now, I know they just received a grant from the World Bank to complete registration. So I would say for Uganda, when it comes to registration, that's a very big step we've taken. The other point, Uganda has now developed a national data warehouse. So there are discussions still going on, but at least that is to ensure that we have all the data in a central place. There are a lot of discussions, and I think that we can get to it at a later point of what does it mean. Herbert had talked about data protection, private sector. Do you feel safe that maybe this data is housed by government? It's also a challenge we've discussed every now and again, that how can we trust NITAU with all this data? Yeah, it's a discussion, but at least for us, it's a good step because that shows the progress that, in terms of preparedness, we're almost getting there. And the last point on that is around traceability. So what is also happening now is that they're doing a prototyping of the different traceability service providers. So now government is working with 5 different traceability application service providers to try and see how we can come up with a central traceability system. And when all that is done, then I would say where we stand in Uganda in terms of EUDR compliance, let's say it takes effect start of next month, I would say there is really a good step towards meeting that compliance journey. The other point that I want to add, and Vahini mentioned it, and someone on the panel also talked about it, is around the cost of compliance. Of course, it remains key who gets to meet the cost. Because for us that agree and say, we are okay with, the changing policy landscape, but the question remains that, one, how do we ensure this does not exclude the small players, but then how do we ensure that they can be able to meet the cost? So we've also been having negotiations here, and I want to say that from the discussion we've gotten from the buyers, the EU buyers, they are saying they are willing to pay at least up to $30 per container. That would be the cost for ideally maintaining the data warehouse, but also but majorly maintaining the data warehouse, because then the biggest question we had was, how does it get to be financed? So we have a national task force that is co-chaired by government and private sector, and through it, we've been able to at least get the initial response from the buyers that, we are willing to at least meet a cost of up to $30 per container of coffee that is shipped. So we think if they can stick to that, at least that's also sort of, I wouldn't say relief, but at least that shows a level of responsibility even from the buyer's side, that this is a shared responsibility. The burden doesn't have to necessarily be on the producers, closely with the Ghana Cocoa Board. And one of the things we've been trying to see here is how we can benchmark from Ghana to see how they've been able to, have their traceability system. And we spoke one time with the service provider that, you know, I think helped Ghana to set it up. And they said they tried this 7 times and it failed 7 times, but eventually they succeeded. So we believe that so many different efforts happening, we can eventually get there. What I would say, and I think you all agree with me that when it comes to Africa and when it comes to EUDR compliance as Uganda, I think now we are the champions, which when we started, there was a lot of hesitance from the private sector or even government itself, including top leadership, that, you know, why is the EU telling us to do this? But I love the fact that we've gotten to a point where we say, look, it's our responsibility. We need to protect our environment. The Corporate Social Due Diligence Directive looks at, you know, human rights and environmental due diligence. It's important, workers' rights and all that. So we believe that, you know, we all have a shared responsibility to do it. So I can, for now, stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brenda Kankunda from ITC, International Trade Center. She has shared with us really key updates around compliance and furnished us with information in regards to where we are as a country, the number of things she has mentioned, including the national place, and this, of course, focuses on registration. And she has also furnished us with the information regarding how Uganda is codes, the QR codes, because that should be really the starting point. A number of our products are on the market without any traceability. And so before we even look at the global standards, can we meet the domestic? Can we meet the regional? Can we meet the continental? So that those are launching pads for the other standards that we have to meet, because compliance will be easier if we meet the local regulatory standards, because also the EUDR brings in a very important component that the products and their derivatives put on the EU market have to be in compliance with first domestic regulations and EU regulations. So you cannot then run away from the domestic regulations, because if the products like coffee and the rest of the products affected by the EUDR were produced in a manner that is in total violation of the domestic regulations, then there is a problem. And of course, she emphasized the whole issue of preparedness being key, and I cannot overemphasize that. I would kind of request that now we have Honorable Gideon, who is the chairperson, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, the chairperson of the EALA Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, to share some perspectives with us, especially around what EALA is doing and his committee, especially in addressing some of the concerns at the regional level, including the lack of a regional response and unified voice in terms of responding to such global initiatives like the EUDR, and also contribute partly to how we can achieve a regional response so that countries are not responding individually, but rather under the guidance of the EAC Secretariat, all what EALA is able to put forward in terms of policy, some policy tools to salvage the situation, learning from what is coming to the fore, the EU sustainability measures. Thank you, Honorable, and I kindly request that you, I'm even afraid to say it, that you maintain your initial intervention between 3 to 5 minutes. Then we will hear from Ms. Vahini Naidu, who will share some final reflections before she gets to another engagement. Then we'll open the discussion briefly, for some interventions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Runogero, for assisting with this.
Thank you, Herbert, and thank you all colleagues for having us this day to share with you our viewpoints from the legislative lens about the current topic. My name is Gideon Gatpan, the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources at the East African Legislative Assembly. Our theme of today has been advancing transformative and equitable. The expert also included inclusive, sustainable EU-Africa agriculture trade relations. I think this is very demanding, and we know it is important. I don't know whether I will comply with 3 minutes, but I'll try to make sure maybe they are 5, because I have categorized my intervention into 3 areas. Because for us in the legislative part, we have to flow. And to flow, we have now understand that we have a challenge, but we don't need to respond like we are in a hurry, because we shall be disorganized and we will not get our interests achieved. First, it is no doubt in our minds that we have to respond to the policies that came into being because of the EU Green Deal. They have direct implications and consequences to our trade relations with the European Union. Already, as East Africans, we have known that we are very slow in terms of our approach to trade negotiations with the European Union, particularly the EPA. And sometime by disguise, it is coming to be important that EPA has slowed down, because we are not so sure whether it was actually inclusive to all the requirements that were now displayed by these regulations. So now the EPA negotiation is subject to further studies and analysis by the East African community, so that all countries move together to be abide by Article 37 of the East African Community Customs Union Protocol. In that regard, it is going to be important for the East African community to ask particular questions, critical ones, because in any relationship, you must ask sincerely very difficult questions. And East Africa, on the side of legislation, we are going to approach whether amendment of policies and laws, whether enactment of new laws, or development of new policies, some critical questions. And we see how this will bring East African forward to be able to position itself as a major trading bloc to the European Union. Currently, we are facing some challenges that East African community is trying to address before we come to what is required now based on the new challenges posed by UEDR and others. One that we have had as a challenge has been the land policy. Land policies differ from a state to state, and they are affecting directly the smallholder farmers. So how do we protect the smallholder farmers from the impact of varying land policies? It's a question we are working on. Second is the lack of protection of African or local original seeds and plant varieties. Now my committee is working on the East African Community Seed and Plant Variety Bill, and we are going to work together with all the stakeholders, including members of civil society, to see who is protected. Is it going to be inclusive in terms of protection of seed developers and also the African local seed producers? Smallholder farmers are the majority in Africa, and we must satisfy our food need before we export, and we must eat healthy food. So that one, we are now as an assembly working together with our partners to ensure that there's going to be an agroecology law, a law that will be reflecting the agroecological principles. In the same lens, we are also trying to look critically at the importation of highly hazardous chemicals or pesticides, and also imports of the synthetic fertilizers and herbicides, because this is a growing concern in the region. So we are going to be working with our partners and the EAC at secretarial level to ensure that there is proper analysis of the impact of the highly hazardous chemicals or pesticides in the region. And we will be looking forward to have a complete ban or a control of this kind of pesticides or chemicals. So those are activities underway in the EAC, but now coming to what is in place in the East African community is that we have a common foreign policy protocol, foreign policy coordination protocol. I've been a member of the committee in charge of this, of examining the implementation and development of this protocol for the last 8 years. And this is a ground for unified negotiation at the high levels by the East African community, and also coordination of political affairs at the international level. It is important. So this is something I wanted us to understand. But now, coming to address the need for a regional coordination strategy or regional policy or law, we are going to ask particular questions as members of parliament and as also leaders in the East African community. One is we are going to be asking how much of agricultural products from Africa or the East African community, in particular to the European Union, are currently deforestation-free, environmental friendly, but also considering human rights as requirements. How much of that is happening now? I know how much of our agricultural products are deforestation-free is going to be, the answer is almost none of it. So how do we handle that question in terms of legislation or policy development? Another question is it possible for EU to forego Africa or East African community in case Africa is not in compliance with the new laws? And then how much of the Africa agricultural products exported to European Union, deforestation-free, environmentally friendly, and are in compliance with the regulations which are in the East African community, originating from East Africa, in our case in particular. But is it possible for Africa to adjust and comply completely to EUDR requirement? Is it possible? Does EU has alternative markets? Can it forego Africa and it can go and venture into an alternative market? Is that feasible? Is that true? Likewise, does Africa or East African community have alternative market because of the changing global trade? So those are things, because if it is not possible for the EU to have an alternative market or remedies to our situation, if in case we are not able to be compliant in time, and then it is not going to be possible for EU also to be strict. But if it has alternative and remedies, alternative markets and remedies, and then the remedies would be better for Africa or to Africa, But if it has alternative market, because that would be in short term, in case the remedies for Africa are just for short term, it has alternative market. But if it does not have alternative market, I tell you, my dear colleagues in East Africa and Africa at large, that it will require a paced approach that will have to slow down also based on the development of what we are doing as East African or Africans to be able to be in the same footing with the European Union in terms of regulation and policy to coordinate this trade relationship. To wind up, dear colleagues, one big question that we need to consider is that why is it very difficult? What is it that is very difficult in Africa that prevent our countries from maximizing production of organic or fertilizers or biopesticides? Is it very difficult? Because now you have had the example before that an importer from our region, an exporter from our region, his goods were, or her goods were blocked because they were produced using herbicides. This is a concern. European countries or the European Union is exporting to us highly hazardous chemicals or pesticides. And later on, the same synthetic ingredients being sent here, they reject the goods that are coming to us. Those are things that need to be taken care of through a policy or regulation or a framework that can be developed by the region. So our experts, like Doctor, who have just spoken here, we are going to work together with you as a Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources, but this conversation is not going to end here because me and my colleagues and my other colleagues, Honorable Jackie and the rest, we shall be able to advance the conversation. So thank you very much. These are the few things I need to ask to know about questioning of what kind of relationship do we have with the European Union, and that will define our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, Chairperson of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Tourism, for those insightful remarks, but also key updates around what is happening. And he has already made a commitment that there are questions that he's going to ask. So from a civil society point of view, that's one of the things we've registered. When a chairperson commits, then that's something you have to appreciate, that he will ask the hard questions. But also speaking about the key updates, he emphasized the Common Foreign Policy Coordination Protocol, which has been worked on over a period of 8 years. So that's partly forming a ground for unified negotiations. And thank you very much, Honorable, for that key update, but also the EAC seed and plant varieties bill, especially given the fact that our African seed sector is under capture by multinational corporations. So to secure livelihoods and farmers' rights is also partly one critical issue that we have to ensure that we safeguard. But also, he has given us an update around what the East African community is doing in regards to the Economic Partnership Agreement. We know that the EPA negotiations have stalled almost for 2 decades or even more. And there are really directives that were made in regards to doing further assessments and studies and negotiations around EPAs. And earlier this year, we participated in the country consultations that were undertaken by Dr. David Luke from the London School of Economics. And there's a discussion that was supposed to happen at the EAC level. So that's partly the information that he has given us, but also the issue of abiding by the Customs Union Protocol to ensure that the issues that are embedded within the economic partnership agreements are not conflicting with what we committed to under the Customs Union Protocol, especially the common external tariff, the band of 35%. So there are quite a number of far-reaching implications of free trade agreements on affairs at the respective regional level, but also continental level. And I cannot overemphasize that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request that you allow me to invite Ms. Vahini Naidu to share some final reactions to partly what the discussants have shared, but also to make her parting shot, especially emphasizing the way forward. What can we do? Although she already elucidated eloquently on what can be done, but I think at this point we need multi-level and multi-stakeholder pathways to salvage the situation and to respond to global shifts. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Vahini Naidu, but also as Ms. Vahini Naidu shares her final reflections, I would like to recognize that as we were having the discussions, we were joined by some of our stakeholders and partners from the Global North and the EU, including Ms. Ashley Tatoman from the Vocal Network. We are still joined by Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, who is the Commissioner, External Trade, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda. We are joined by Mr. Unjin Jangan. We are joined by Ms. Nancy Namusoke, Mr. Bernard Wabuge, Mr. Tony Selwada, among others. Thank you so much, because this high-level EAC and SADC dialogue on advancing equitable and transformative EU-Africa agricultural trade relations is both physical and virtual. So we have a number of stakeholders who will be joining us virtually, and I'll be recognizing them as and when they join us. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Vahini, for your final and parting shots.
Thank you so much, Herbert. It's very encouraging to hear about the mitigating actions that Uganda and also the EAC are taking, and also to hear directly from the private sector about the proactive measures that are happening on the ground to try to adapt to these major shifts. And, building on the points raised particularly by the Honorable Gideon, the last speaker, I thought it was very interesting, the reference to having these EPA reviews and the consultations. And I was just, thinking that it's a very good opportunity for the EAC to exercise its sovereignty as a major trading bloc, because it gives the region the space to ask the right questions of the EU, to clarify expectations, and to ensure that any future adjustments reflect the EAC priorities, their systems, but also the development realities on the ground. And I think it's a chance to consolidate some of the regional strengths so that smallholders can be protected through unified approaches rather than having to navigate this complex and changing EU rules on their own. Just following from my own recommendations from my presentation, I think I would emphasize again the point about the need for coordinated engagements at all levels, multilateral, bilateral, regional, and that this will be quite fundamental to safeguard both trade and also livelihoods. So like governments, private sector, cooperatives, development partners, regional bodies all have a role to play in reinforcing that policy space or that policy autonomy. And so I think we need to continue raising these issues in whatever platforms that we do and can raise them bilaterally, regionally, etc., to ensure that African concerns stay visible. And here I just want to mention that in Geneva, in the WTO, about 2 to 3 years ago, when some of these measures were already coming in, and it was inspired by the CBAM at the time, where the Africa Group worked on a document calling for common principles for trade-related climate measures. And I think this, it had instilled an interesting debate, but there was, of course, no consensus on how to move forward. But I think these kinds of conversations taking place at the multilateral level are important to try to build some kind of collective foundation on how to treat, these growing issues, as well as the renewed impetus now in the COP on the relationship between trade and climate. And so I think finally, there's just 2 last points I want to make. And the first one is that coordination, coherence, and continuous engagement will remain fundamental to this conversation, and that we need to act together and to keep the pressure, across all the negotiating spaces, and to also see how we can shape these rules in ways that can protect our producers and also ensure Africa's continued participation in value chains. And finally, I just want to make a point about, even though some of these objectives coming out of the EU are ostensibly well-intentioned, under the name of climate change and green transition and all of that, I think some of these measures may still be ruled as discriminatory if they are legally challenged. And I think the most vulnerable and least prepared are the ones who are going to feel the impact first and the most. And so we also need to recognize that unfairness and respond with also a level of assertiveness and precisely how African countries can protect their interests and exercise our own leverage. I think sometimes we underestimate the leverage that we have, and I think that's really fundamental to our consultations and our engagements going forward with other partners outside of the continent. So I'll stop there, and I thank you so much for the opportunity for the South Center to participate in this dialogue.
Thank you. A round of applause for Ms. Vahini Naidu for that really eloquent presentation earlier, but also amplifying some of the progressive positions and recommendations that we could implement on the way forward, but also giving us the 3C approach of coordination, coherence, continuous engagement across board. Thank you so much, Ms. Vahini Naidu, for being with us and staying with us for all this long. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request, I know we've gone beyond time, but be sure that lunch is ready, and as soon as we step out, we will just go for lunch. But for now, I would like to request that we have between 3 to 5 reactions, compliments, and any questions we may have for the discussants. Yes, and of course, Dr. Bohela Runogero tasked Mr. Philbert Kavia from Transform Trade to share some realities in Tanzania in regards to complying with the EUDR. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I request that we keep it short, in at least a minute. Either we ask a question, we briefly share some information, or we engage accordingly in reaction to what has already been shared. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herbert, and thank you so much to the panelists for the engaging discussions. I just have a couple of questions. One is, I think two for Brenda. In regards to the costed action plan for the compliance, the EUDR compliance, I wanted to hear how much this, in terms of money, how much is this costed action plan? And secondly, you mentioned that I think 1.8 million farms have so far been registered, but what's your target overall? What's Uganda's target overall? So 1.8 of what? And then in regards to, I'm interested in the issue of data governance. Wherever this data is being collected and kept, we are not so sure where this is actually being kept. I've had several, which one exactly is really responsible for this data? And then quickly, how is the EU supposed to access this data when they are verifying whatever you are telling them that this coffee is coming from wherever? How are they supposed to access this data, right? And to Honorable Gideon, I was wondering, the last point you raised on the synthetic pesticides getting into the East African community region, is it an issue of lack of laws, or it's an issue of regulation in East Africa? Where are we getting it wrong? Thanks.
Thank you. It's a mouthful of questions. I request that the discussants take note so that they can have targeted responses, but also as we ask more questions, let's be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Herbert. And my question is to Honorable Gideon on the issue of how can we, what commitment does the EAC has for a joint efforts towards complying with these EUDR and EU regulations? Can we have a motion tabled? Can we have it debated? What can we do? Because we are seeing us losing the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After we hear from the distinguished comrades here, we could go to Honorable Francine, then Mr. Philbert Kavia.
Once again, I'm Methodius from the cocoa sector. Mine goes to Brenda. I wanted to know, out of the 1.8 million farms, could this one be combined for cocoa, coffee, maybe and other commodities? Then the other issue is about, on the ground we are seeing bigger multinational companies busy trying to transform themselves into cooperatives and registering their suppliers as cooperators. I don't know whether this is part of the compliance process. They need to be guided over this.
Thank you. I know the discussants have taken note. Owen, please, if we could move to Honorable Francine, then Mr. Philbert Kavia.
Thank you very much for the floor. My question goes to Blender regarding the $30 which are provided by the buyers in EU for each container of coffee. Is it coffee? Yes. My question is how these $30 are calculated, because I may say when we make, for example, a study to know the net price on how are they gaining on a container, so that they are now providing you $30, thinking that this is just a sacrifice for them, when it is really something very little compared to what they are gaining from your your container. And on your side, you are taking it as, for me, it's like we need to have a study on how much are they gaining, and for us now to be able to negotiate with them, when you have the net price, we can now say, let's put a high price for our container so that we can gain, rather than saying that we are getting a 30, then try to sacrifice again on our side to be able to fill the gap. So I wonder, how do we have any study so that we can understand the sacrifice from the buyer and what is required on our side, so that we can cover the gap and not losing on the market? So the rest are just comments. I leave them for another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. A majority of the questions have gone to Ms. Brenda Kankunda. She made a number of bold statements and pronouncements, and I know it's now time to confirm the how. Thank you. I request, I request Mr. Philbert Kavia.
Yeah, thank you so much for the floor. I just to add from Dr. Buhela from the progress of the activity in Tanzania regarding the EODR compliance. So I'll talk for the two value chain existing in Tanzania, I can say. The past year, there was a lot of dialogue, advocacy and sensitization to the farmers. You know, these issues, farmers, they always claim they're off-takers of everything coming from the market side. And they used to refer to the private standards, like rainforest standards. They share the experience from that. So they were a bit slow to adopt. So the government did a lot of sensitization. So, and a lot of stakeholders meetings on the ground. It took a lot of time to make sure that they agree. And then they come up with the action plan within the two value chain, cocoa and coffee. And looking for the budget, how they can get the resources to support, especially for the geomapping, the survey and the registration of the farmers. That was the critical issue. But for the coffee, the EU, they've agreed to support and to fund the activities, and they get the local person, organization in the ground, so they are doing with the local government and the farmers, they are doing the geo-survey. And it's expected to be concluded end of this December. So that's a plan. So we are waiting to complete that. But also they are working on how the traceability will be done. That will be the next step. That's for coffee. For cocoa, the government have decided to fund the initial activity for geomapping. So it was 100% funded by the government. And also they use the local government with the leading consultants to do the video mapping, all growing areas. They've almost just done, and now they are collaborating with other partners, the NGO called the Chorus, on how they can do the traceability and verify the data and looking on the data. So that's an update from Tanzania. But the key issue, because I was part, we are working with the cocoa producer groups and the coffee producer group. When you discuss with the farmers on the EUDR, one of the key issues they're asking, once they are thinking, the farmers, they are thinking that the market, they are just developing this standard so that they can get an extra money from the farmers. So they are feeling they have been exploited by the market side. The second issue, which is very strong, they're asking, they are not involved on this regulatory framework. They are just off-takers, and they were referring from the private standards existing. And they feel like they are ignored on the value chain, and they are asking the importance for them to be involved, even on the discussion and how this could be implemented. And they feel the local knowledge is very important to doing the framework of those issues. The other issue, which is very important, farmers are asking about the private of their data and the security, because they're feeling like it will be shared to the third party. Although the government is the custodian of the data, but they're feeling it will be shared to the third parties. So they're asking, according to the private and security data law, how could their private data be protected? That the issue is coming from the ground. They want to know before going to the last stage. I want to say that we are behind the action plan, and I don't see if the deadline will remain in June 2026. I'm not sure if they will manage, but if they could extend, probably they could meet the deadline. So I'll stop here. Those are very brief update from Tanzania. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philbert Kavia. But also just to mention quickly that Ms. Vahini Naidu mentioned the issue of legal alternatives in order to ensure that the deadline is extended in our interest, but also to get us on the table, negotiation table. Thank you. So I kindly request to start first with Ms. Brenda Kankunda in 2 minutes to respond to those so many questions, but also to share her parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Herbert. I want to start with, I think, what was the last question about the basis for the $30 US per container. There is a comprehensive study that has been done by the sector with funding from Trademark Africa and IDH. It's been conducted by the Uganda Coffee Platform as the lead experts. And in that study, one, they looked at so many things to come to that Vietnam, Brazil, Colombia, and Indonesia. And from the average, study conducted, they realized that we will require about $910,000 US to be able to maintain the data warehouse, validated by the sector, and I think it's at a point where it can be shared. So that is where we came to the basis of that figure. Then there was a question from Methodius on whether the 1.8 includes cocoa. Unfortunately, this is only for coffee. And I'm glad that your neighbor is from Maif, so maybe he can be able to provide some also guidance, because one of our concerns has been, as coffee sector, we've really progressed, but EUDR does not only affect coffee, even cocoa is involved. We've tried to steer the discussion around cocoa rather. We've tried to come up with an action plan, but I think you and I understand the challenges we've had with the cocoa sector. One of them having been that the regulation of the sector, because for so many years, UCDA sort of was managing cocoa even when they don't have like a legal mandate. And then there's always pulling strings of no, it's within Maif, no, it's within UCDA. But now with the RAPEX, we hope that there will be progress. And I know that the ministry is already working to ensure that we start out the registration for the cocoa producers. And yeah, we also come up with a roadmap for cocoa. There was a question on 1.8 million farms that I mentioned on what the target is. Interestingly, when we started, the target was 900,000 farms. But we've come, and also we believed that Uganda has about 1.8 million farmers, coffee farmers. I think for the longest time, that's been the statistics we use. But we've now come to notice that every other day, we're seeing an increase in that number. That now there's a lot of discussion on we have about 2.7 million farmers to 3 million farmers. Some people even say 4 million. So for the farms, initially we had targeted 900,000, but now we're looking at, there's a possibility that we're looking at a number of 2.5 million. So we're using a number of 2.5 million. So of the 2.5, 1.8 have already been registered. The other question was on the data governance, where the data is being kept. So like I said, we've just, government of Uganda has just, is still working on the national data warehouse, but at the moment, the data has been collected by a service provider who's been kind enough to also accept to temporarily store the data. The service provider is called Pula. So Pula Services have been doing the mass registration under the government funding, but also from the development partner that I mentioned. So right now the data is still stored with Pula. And like I mentioned, of course there is so many to an agreement that, you know, maybe it's better that this data is housed by government. So at the moment, it is still with the service provider. I think last
reacting, but rather have deliberate steps of addressing the EU sustainability directives and others. But also, I would like to mention before I invite Dr. Runogero Bohela to share some final thoughts and parting shots, is that we are talking about specific products, coffee, cocoa, but 8 products were selected. What's the plan? Also, when we talk about the national traceability system, we are talking about the system focusing on specific, just 1 or 2 products. How then can we make this system robust enough to enable us leverage this one-time opportunity to ensure that we have reliable data across all the affected products, not just to just respond to the EU and confirm that these products are deforestation-free? Because it's like we are doing an exam that is set by the EU. How then can we enhance preparedness of the entire agriculture sector, learning from what the EU has tasked us to do? I see Ms. Brenda Kankunda itching to do a rebuttal, and of course, I cannot say no to that. Please, in a minute.
Okay, thank you, Herbert. Just in 1 minute. Yes, very relevant that this is not only about coffee, and unfortunately, most people think that EUDR is about coffee. I think also that speaks towards how much work has been done by the coffee sector itself. But for us, within the Ugandan context, is that for the 7 commodities listed under EUDR, it's only relevant, so much relevant to us for coffee and cocoa, because the other products we're not really into exporting. So like cattle, like soy, like palm oil, our export potential is not really that big. But when it comes to CS-DDD, it looks at all the products. So still it remains relevant that even when we've put so much focus on just one commodity, we need to look at how we expand and put the same effort in the different sectors.
Thank you very much. And of course, Brenda's response also aligns with the conversation that we had recently in regards to developing the national export development strategy, where we should look at niche products, because the traditional markets are crowded, and so now there is a focus on niche products and niche markets, looking at where there is potential, comparative and competitive advantage. Thank you so much. So over to you, Dr. Runogero, and I know your microphone might not amplify what you'll be saying, so it's better to step right here to make your final reflections and parting shots. Thank you.
I think let me also emphasize on what I said when I presented my thoughts, that as the East African community, as SADC, we really depend on our legislators to take the necessary action, which were amplified by our chairperson for IALA on agriculture, the natural resources. And I think the second part is that, in my view, what we are being told to comply is also good for us. I think we should take it positively. That is good for us. Last month, I was in a study which was looking at the impact of interventions by the Tanzania government to reduce aflatoxin in our food systems. It was really horrifying to note the data from all the East African community countries, the food we produce, the way it is so dangerous to our health. All over East African countries, the maize we produce, the fruits, the spices, and people have very little awareness actually. But and I think that project came out of an alarming data coming from our national hospitals that the cases of liver cancer were on the increase. From Nairobi, if you go to Indian hospitals, they receive a lot of patients from Kenya, from Tanzania, all suffering from cancer diseases. And you trace back, it's about the food we eat. And we have very little awareness. And that all comes actually at the end of the day, boils down to the whole value chain, the way we produce, like for groundnuts. In Uganda, you have G-nuts. These G-nuts, actually, they are people, I don't want to scare you, but if you go now to the Bureau of Standards and the food and medicine agencies, it's the one which is so dangerous. But they say if we tell people how dangerous our food system is, people might stop eating. So I think what we are saying, honorable members of parliament, that let's move as a bloc, as a region, to make sure that we produce food systems which are safe to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bohela Runogero, for contributing to that, and he amplified the whole issue of a unified approach, but also ensuring that our food is safe. So the issue of sustainability has to be localized. So we can't talk about sustainability at the global level without really anchoring it into local realities. But also food safety is really critical. I would like to pass on information that lunch is served between midday midday and 3 p.m. So as I invite Mr. Francis Kisirinya, the Chief Executive Officer, Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, who is also representing Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, who is a board member of Private Sector Foundation and also a former Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uganda, to share some final reflections and parting shots in between 2 and 3 minutes. Then we'll have Honorable Gideon Gatpan to also share final reflections in between 2 to 3 minutes. Then we will take a group photo here as we step out for lunch. I know we are behind schedule, there is quite a lot, but I know it's because the conversation got more interesting, and I kind of request that The other speakers who are still online, including Ms. Ashley Tatoman, to please stay with us because we'll break off for lunch between 45 minutes to 1 hour, and then we'll be back to have that session. So over to you, Mr. Francis Kisirinya, if you could make your way here to share your final reflections and parting shots. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our reflections very quickly is that very clearly we all appreciate that our costs of doing business are definitely going up. The second thing is that we do have a very big risk of excluding some of the smallholder farmers or participants, not farmers only, because even the small companies might be actually left out. Now, all of this talks to what the private sector is very passionate about, and that is competitiveness. It's pointless to have the best or to comply with all the quality, but then when you reach in the market, your prices are much higher than the prices of your competitors. So I should urge you, every effort to be taken to ensure that the Ugandan or the East African products remain competitive in the market. And I will urge all policymakers and everybody concerned. We have talked about continuous engagement. We definitely require that this happens, but don't forget the private sector. Please keep us involved. I thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. The message goes to all of us as stakeholders. Keep the private sector involved. And I think I would like to add on, let's have everyone on board. I would like now to invite Honorable Gideon Gatpan, the chairperson for the EALA Committee on Agriculture, Natural Resources and Tourism to make his way right here to share final reflections. I think it's better for him to be strategically here to share some final reflections. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. I will be really brief. Two questions were asked, and then I have two additional one from the other questions that I think need to somehow clarify on based on the legislative perspective. One of the questions I was asked was that why continuing to import hazardous pesticides? Is it because of the lack of harmonized policies or lack of policies or laws? Yes, it is lack of harmonized policies. Countries now are using the principle of sovereignty as we work towards having a harmonized policy. And that is always driven by political commitments. When the leaders come to power, they have promised to improve life by looking at food security, food sufficiency, access to food, and all that kind force the leaders to ensure sufficiency, regardless of whether it is quality food, it is nutritious, it is what. So a regional policy framework always bring countries together to undertake a measure that is able to provide and to protect all the East Africans. So that's why we are looking towards making a study. We are going to work with our partners to have a study that is going to tell us exactly what is the burden of the highly hazardous pesticides in the region per country. Then we shall be able to now work towards the legislation. That's one. Second question was about the commitment of EALA in addressing the EUDR demands. So whether could that be a motion? I think a motion is just going to have resolutions. In this case, we are looking to something that has got enforceability measures or commitment. You know, policies are agreements. If you hear of protocols in the East African community, these are agreements made by executive. and their commitment that the summit members have signed. But if you hear of legislation, it has enforceability implications because you are committed to it, it is binding. So we are going to, because these are not simple things, we are going to look into them as things that need enforceability to address these kind of challenges. Now, I finish with those questions. Now, the two additional thing was that I just actually, there was an oversight that I did not mention about the data security, because it was one of the questions we were going to ask about, you know, when you see GPS coordinates and then linked to satellite, this world now is very complicating. There are a lot of trade wars. We don't want to expose our region or our continent to future blackmail. So when we are going to look into all these kind of things, we will ask those critical questions. Who is controlling the data? So, and also, is this data customized to certain level that our local people, local farmers, everybody else can be able to get it without necessarily getting exposure to danger? Because you have, sometimes you access an application, there are cookies you commit yourself to, it sends your data directly. There's something called Starlink by the rich man in America. It is hovering everywhere, and then you wonder how you can control your own data. So this one, we are going to be keen about it. Second is that farmers are not involved in development of policies and laws. I think that is a concern. We note it, and we have it in East Africa. We are advocating for robust sensitization, awareness creation. Even in the rural areas, nobody knows about East African community. So I think it's part of, we need to engage. Thank you very much. And for my point of like kind of taking away is that we should not panic, because this thing, we are not doing it temporarily. We should have a very resilient approach to all these kind of efforts and challenges so that we really achieve what we want as East Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gideon Gatpan. And for those last words, we should not panic. We should have a resilient approach. The means towards getting to that resilient approach will be explored over lunch. And I know that conversation will also be really contributing to shaping the way forward. I first kind of request that we take a photo with the panelists, but I request Ms. Jane Alunga to join. Then we'll have a group photo. It's only right to have a photo with the panelists. And also I kind of invite Honorable Francine to join. We'll take a photo for this panel. Then we'll take a group photo. I kind of request, although we are hungry, let's wear our smiles. Thank you. I think I deserve to join them. Not so? Thank you. Us kindly, because we can't afford to lose you. Some of us can get to the back right here. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join us for this group photo. Please. Thank you very much. And as you join us, I would like to confirm that I have enjoyed the discussions. And because of you, I know there are a number of takeaways that our legislators will take to EALA, National Assembly, respective parliaments within the EAC and also SADC. Thank you. Thank you very much. I kindly request that we follow my colleague, Ms. Eresi Mbambu, who is right here in branded Siatini corporate wear, to give us a coupon. Then we make our way to the restaurant, Pavilion Restaurant near the pool. My colleague, Ms. Eresi Mbambu, is going to lead you to the restaurant. I request that we get back here at 3:30. Pavilion, my colleague Eres Mbambu is going to lead all of us to the restaurant. Pavilion Restaurant. Yes, Pavilion Restaurant. To settle down and we get back to business. Apologies to those online for holding you there for so long, but we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. The media team, please be up to the task. And I would like to communicate some changes to our program, that we will have session 5 before session 4. And session 5 is focusing on value addition and sustainable supply chains. These are issues that have already been discussed before we broke off for lunch. But now we will hear from various experts, stakeholders who are closer to the rights holders, the farmers, the value chain actors, among others. And I request that we take 2-3 minutes to prepare for this session, but also to get started. Comrade Jonathan, please make sure that Mr. Winston Manzi, CEO, GSI1, is online. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to session 5 of our high-level dialogue on advancing transformative and equitable EU-Africa agriculture trade relations. And session 5 is focusing on value addition and sustainable supply chains. Allow me to briefly unpack this session. It's more of a round table discussion, although some of the panelists will be joining us online. And so this session will explore practical and market-oriented strategies for enhancing Africa's competitiveness through value addition, branding, certification, traceability systems, and low-carbon supply chains. And discussions will highlight how sustainability, market differentiation, and digital traceability can position African agricultural products, particularly coffee, more favorably within EU markets. Panelists will share experiences on strengthening farmer capacity for compliance, improving product quality and identity, leveraging gender-inclusive and youth-driven value chain development, and opportunities for collaborative EU-Africa partnerships to ease compliance burdens. This session will conclude with, of course, a plenary discussion and a wrap-up, synthesizing key insights and strategic priorities. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce some of our panelists, if not all. First, I would like to introduce Mr. Edward Muchibi, who is a farmer. He manages 5 acres agroecological farm in Mukono, in Uganda here. He's a team leader at Slow Food Uganda. He's also the president of Slow Food International. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Edward Muchibi to the front to take his seat. Thank you very much. You are welcome. I would like now to also introduce Ms. Teopista Nakungu. And Ms. Teopista Nakungu is a coffee specialist and advocate for women inclusion in the coffee value chain. She's the regional coordinator for the International Women Coffee Alliance Uganda chapter, and she's also a farmer. A round of applause as we welcome Ms. Teopista Nakungu. You are most welcome. Thank you very much. So I would like to now introduce other panelists who have joined us online. And first I would like to introduce Ms. Ashley Tatoman, who is the Global Coffee Lead, Vocal Network. I know we all would like to know more about the Vocal Network. It's vocal and it's a network. But she will share a little bit about the Vocal Network. I would also like to introduce Mr. Winston Manzi, who is the CEO of GS1. And I will request that when that time comes for Mr. Winston Manzi to share his perspectives, to speak a bit first about GS1. Why GS1, not 2? That's on a lighter note. But I would like to first start with engaging Ms. Ashley Tatoman, Global Coffee Lead, Vocal Network. And the media team, please confirm to me that she's online. Ms. Ashley Tatoman, can you hear me loud and clear?
Can you hear me, Herbert? I can hear you well.
I can hear you. I'm so excited that you managed to stay this long and to join us. But first, I would like to apologize on behalf of everyone who is here because we are in it together. We've dragged the program collectively. And we've only invited you now, yet the session was meant to start at 2. So we've lost a bit of time, around 1 hour and some minutes, nearly 2 hours. But nevertheless, you stayed with us. So it really speaks to the commitment that you have around these issues. And without further ado, I'd like now to engage you specifically based on your expertise, but also the institution that you work with, supporting coffee value chains globally. And in view of that, what practical strategies can help African producers leverage sustainability certification to enhance value addition, improve market differentiation, and increase competitiveness in EU markets while ensuring inclusivity for smallholder farmers, women, and youth? It's quite a mouthful of a question, but the questions here are very many, and we strongly believe that you will help us unpack and respond to some questions that we have for you. So over to you, Ms. Ashley Tatoman. Please share with us.
Thank you, Herbert, and thank you to the Ciatini team. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today, and it's very unfortunate that I have to call in virtually, but I'm happy to be joining you in Uganda. I'm here from the Netherlands. As you indicated in the introduction, maybe I will take a short moment to describe the vocal network with which I am leading or co-leading with a few colleagues. The vocal network has been in existence for around 2 years, and we are an alliance of civil society organizations that are interested and committed to long-term advocacy in the coffee sector at the global level. So we are a member network that advocates based on a consensus basis, based on our members' interests and concerns related to people, planet, and transparency and accountability for major stakeholders in the coffee sector. So you'll be hearing from me only about coffee, even though I think some other commodities might come up, but I'm happy to have other panelists alongside me who are also coffee people. So I think that's what we're digging into today. So thank you for the question and thank you for hosting me today. It is a big question, and I would actually like to start by challenging a little bit of the premise of the question, Herbert. Sorry, but not sorry, because I'd like to take a moment to really sit with what do we mean by certification and what do we expect of certifications. And I'd like to acknowledge that many certifications, especially in coffee, from 4C to Rainforest Alliance to Fair Trade, and then other different certifications that are run by individual companies, that these are often, we have to acknowledge, a minimum standard for market access. So we recognize that, especially for European markets, it's hard for producers to reach the market without a certification. And we see that many, especially African producers, are also certified in multiple certifications. We recognize that traceability is an important aspect of certification infrastructure that just comes with being certified. And we also recognize that it's a tool for cooperative strengthening and organization. However, we need to acknowledge that it is not a proven tool for many of the other aspects that you're talking about today, that we're talking about in the panel. So it's not necessarily a proven tool for value addition. And in fact, it's not even a proven tool once a producer is compliant with the certification. We know globally that at least 50% of these certified production, the supply that is already actually certified compliant, is not sold as such. So what I'm setting up here is actually Vocal's position, not necessarily on certification, but looking at the sector as a whole and acknowledging that a major issue that we have in coffee, also replicated in specialty coffee and in certified coffees, is that we have inequitable value and risk distribution in the supply chain, meaning that our majority smallholder farmers, which is definitely relevant, especially for the African context, our majority smallholder farmers are receiving the least value in the supply chain, notwithstanding the last year or 2 years where we've had historic price highs of the last 50 years. But all time before that, we have to recognize that producers are getting a very small proportion of the value, and especially downstream actors like roasters and retailers really take the lion's share. And that's also true, but in the opposite way for risk. So we recognize that there is a stack of risks that are real and experienced by producers on a daily, seasonal basis that are not offset by other stakeholders, especially their buyers and downstream actors. So we have to recognize the role that certification plays in this space and sector, especially accessing European markets, but not to overemphasize the role of certification when we're really thinking about how to help producers. And I'm mostly focused on smallholder producers, but I think the rest of my recommendations are also valid for different sizes of producers. Now, I'm going to reflect a little bit concretely at the producer level, some ideas about what are some practical strategies that can be helpful here. And I want to say that part of this is coming from my time at Vocal, where we're, NGOs and CSOs that are connecting with producers. But actually, a lot of this is also from my own experience building a coffee roasting company in Rwanda several years ago. So I do have some direct experience working with smallholder producers and value addition and vertical integration within an East African context. So at the producer level, I've identified 4 or 5 key areas that I think I'd recommend us to focus on and dive into, and I'll keep it relatively high level. I also have some policy recommendations to support that, but I'll start with the producer level recommendations, and then we can go from there, Herbert and colleagues on the panel. So first, I would say that group strengthening is extremely important. This is a great area to leverage certifications, as that is what we hear across the board for most certifications, that they are very valuable in helping producer groups organize themselves and become more strong and sophisticated. But we shouldn't be just looking at what certifications do with producer groups. We need really strong business management. We need really strong data and information management so that extraction is not happening from downstream actors, and that producers and producer groups are empowered to make their own business decisions based on sovereign decision making and their own collective ownership. And with that, we want them to be able to negotiate for themselves, to manage price risk, and to even get involved in vertical integration should they so be interested, if they want to add value to the products beyond semi-finished processing, if they want to export, or maybe if they even want to roast directly within origin for local or export sales. So group strengthening should not just be basically organizing a group and then training them in production practices and how to keep records for their own production. I'm really talking about a different level of business management and understanding the sector. Secondly, if we're getting into more business management and understanding the sector, then we're starting to get into producer ownership of also vertically integrated activities. So what we need here, and what I mean here, depending on where the group is starting or the individual farmer is starting, we're talking about aggregation. We're talking about possibly exporting at green coffee level, or we might even be talking about roasting and selling directly, retailing yourself, or exporting that roasted coffee. So vertical integration can mean many things. What we know that we need on top of the strong group elements that I raised earlier around data, business management, etc., is understanding consumer markets. Consumer markets are actually pretty complex, very segmented, have a lot of different demands and expectations of different coffee formats, different roasts, different flavor profiles. I could go on. So a group that's interested in vertical integration really needs to understand who their downstream trade partners are, what their consumers are expecting of them, and getting into even elements of packaging, branding, and so on. We want to ensure there have been many projects and small businesses or social enterprises that have been started up in various areas around East Africa and maybe even Southern Africa, with which I might not be aware, where there are claims of producer benefit by roasting locally or vertically integrating locally, but we've seen that there are limitations to the amount that producers can actually benefit by vertical integration if they're also. So what we mean here is really ensuring that we're not only, if we're having a producer-centric strategy for improving the positionality of producers, then we want them to have an ownership stake and direct influence over our vertically integrated activities, which is not necessarily always happening. In a lot of other markets, there are owners that are foreign or that are local, from that are citizens of the countries that they're operating in, but maybe the benefits are still condensed around that downstream actor or actors, which might be foreign or local, but that's one person or a small group of investors as opposed to actually sharing the benefits among producers. So these are very important elements. So really, we're building on data to transform that into knowledge and to transform that data and knowledge about business management, consumers, and so on into actual power, market power for producers, and not only for keeping within origin. I would say my next two are really in developing clarity on one's own market differentiation. That was a part of your question, is how to think about sustainability and market differentiation. And while I haven't been with all the sessions throughout the day, I did log in a little bit earlier when our session was meant to begin, and I heard one of the gentlemen, I'm sorry, I don't know who, referenced the need to be competitive and for African products to be competitive. And I would give a little bit of a warning in the coffee context, because our really competitive origins, Brazil and Vietnam, will move the sector to a race to the bottom for the cheapest possible coffee. And already East African coffees especially are positioned as differentiated, specialized coffees. They have their own coffee profiles, their own flavor profiles and origin characteristics, and they also claim some of the world's highest prices. So I would be a little wary of how much we want to have a race to the bottom competition versus figuring out really what are the unique selling points and the unique value proposition of East African and South African coffees in a sectoral, global sectoral context, which is higher value and differentiation that you can really leverage and market. And that's currently what you can build off of. And you can keep promoting things like cups of excellence, local exchanges, and auctions so that they benefit producers, because there is quite a lot of success that already exists on the continent for this. Now, new opportunities that are beginning are around traceability to farmers, to shorten supply chains, ensuring that they're able to really benefit again from this market differentiation. I already mentioned producer ownership, and to also leverage different kind of production techniques. These are all things that can be leveraged on the market based on one's own brand of coffee. And that can also be related to unique attributes. I know that some of my co-panelists are also going to talk about youth and women and the role that these marginalized groups can play, hopefully also touching on how they can be differentiators and actually be value propositions for selling coffee later down the road. So I think the last part the last few parts that I really want to highlight are also related to story and branding. In the last 6 months, I have been to Switzerland a few times for like the Swiss Coffee Traders Association. This is All of the big European roasters and traders are there and they're talking and they're all communicating very clearly that coffee, sales of coffee and capturing consumers is all about stories and branding. It's not even about quality or flavor profiles anymore. It's about the story and the brand. So with vertical integration, with farmer ownership, with these other things that I've already laid out, there are some real opportunities once one knows the market that they're targeting, which I would recommend actually should be seen beyond EU and not only EU. There are a lot of interesting emerging markets in the Middle East, in Asia, and other places. There's still strong growth also in North America. So I wouldn't be too focused on Europe as an end buyer, but one of many. So you can really think about knowing your different customers, knowing their priorities, leveraging what your region already has, invest in what is going to be attractive to them related to their stories and branding, which can again be production systems, can be origin unique characteristics, can be flavor profile, can also be around data and images. So there's a lot of things that can be utilized when one takes advantage of their own brand and story. And that can be at individual farmer level, cooperative level, or even at national level. I know later we want to talk maybe about some examples of other parts of the world that are successful examples, and I'd be happy to bring about this marketing and branding aspect later. I know I've been talking for a while, so I do want to pass the mic off, but I also think it's important to note that this can't just, producers will not be ready for vertical integration and especially selling roasted coffee abroad at go. So there will need to be quite a lot of policy interventions also that are required at national and regional levels, and maybe even subnational levels to prepare producers to be able to do this and to provide the necessary infrastructure. But I won't get into that because I've been talking for a while now. So I would like to pass the mic back to you, Herbert. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Ms. Ashley Tatoman. Thank you for starting us off really very well, but also debunking some of the words that were indicated within the preamble of the session, the brief about the session, especially issues around traceability, which is an important component of certification, but not a proven tool for value addition, among other issues, but also really guiding us through what we mean, especially when we talk about certification and what we should expect from certification, but also the issue of majority of smallholder farmers receiving the least value in the supply chain. As Siatini, we've been talking about the whole issue of making the coffee value chain fair for all, because it's not fair for all, especially those at the lower segments of the value chain, including the smallholder farmers that are price takers. So how then do we, help them to go up the value chain, especially through value addition, but also as we talk value addition, we should ask ourselves, value addition for what market? Because we usually talk about value addition, we'll export value-added coffee, value-added cocoa, but for what market? Did we secure those markets? And securing markets means negotiating. So how do we negotiate to ensure that even as we look at alternative markets, we can have product-specific agreements around our products, and we don't only talk in general terms. But thank you so much, Ms. Ashley Tatoman, for starting us off and contributing to shaping the way forward, even at this initial intervention. You've emphasized the issue of the need for strong business management, strong data for business management, production practices, producer ownership of critically integrated activities, and of course, understanding consumer markets. There is an issue that is usually emphasized many times, and it's know your customer. Do we know our customers? When we look at the European Union Deforestation Regulation, it's a consumer-centric legislation. It was moved by consumers in the EU. that we're holding the EU responsible for partly contributing to global deforestation. So it's consumer-centric. And so the tastes and preferences of our customers, all the consumers of our coffee, matter a lot. Just recently, we learned that Uganda is now the topmost exporter of coffee in Africa. And why is that? How did Uganda overtake Ethiopia? And there's no secret. The fact is we don't consume our coffee, so we export nearly all of it. I'm not saying we export all of it, but nearly all of it. And yet, for Ethiopia, a lot of coffee is consumed domestically. So the coffee they put on the global market is not everything that they produce, because they consume part of it domestically. And for us who don't consume a lot of it domestically, we put it on the global market. And that explains why we emerged as a leading exporter of coffee in Africa. And this conversation cannot just remain a national conversation, given that this high-level dialogue is EAC focused and SADC focused. So Ms. Ashley Tatoman, of course, contributed to guiding us through how we can be able to take the conversation beyond the national, but rather to the regional, in order to position Africa as a competitive player, but also African products being competitive, and how we can position EAC and SADC coffee as differentiated commercial coffee. There are some words that are emerging, differentiated commercial coffee, and I know when Ms. Ashley Tatoman comes back to share additional insights, she will be unpacking, of course, some of these. But also recently, since the conversation is happening in Uganda, we learned that Uganda is already working on the Uganda coffee profiles. So there is some work around the Ugandan coffee brand and flavor profiles. So really, we are not at bay. I mean, efforts are playing out. It's not that we are sleeping on job as a country, and that should not remain a country discussion, but rather how do we take the discussion to the East African community level and at the continental level. Coffee was identified as one of the strategic and flagship products under the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also under Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I've said quite a lot, but just to emphasize a few of those issues that were raised as key takeaways from Ms. Ashley Tatoman's perspectives. I would like now to introduce Mr. Manzi Winston and also invite him to share perspectives. But before I invite him, I have a brief bio that I would like to read out loud. Ms. Winston Manzi is a board chairperson for GS1 Uganda, and I earlier mentioned that he will be sharing a bit about what GS1 does. He's a supply chain management expert, having served in procurement and supply chain management space for the last 30 years in government, private sector, and social enterprise organizations. So that's really a wealth of experience, having worked for 30 years. And so there are issues that we discussed earlier around traceability, barcodes, and how to use these barcodes. And Mr. Winston Manzi is an expert in that field. So I would like to first engage him around the digital tools, recognizing the crucial role they play in product identification and traceability. And from his perspective, how can standards be integrated into African agricultural value chains to meet EU traceability obligations, and what steps are needed to ensure that these systems are accessible and affordable for SMEs and cooperatives? Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Winston Manzi.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, but we only request to see your face for a minute, if you're okay with that. The settings?
It's the settings. I couldn't unmute or operate the camera from here.
I will hold the media team accountable.
Yeah, but nonetheless, because we are pressed for time, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Once again, as I was saying, I must express my deep appreciation to Siatini for having invited me to this important forum to share with the coffee fraternity and other stakeholders on this very important theme about the transformative and equitable nature of doing business with the EU and largely on the international market. I'm also further elated that the main focus is on the coffee value chain and trade. And as you were introducing me, I felt nostalgia because I cut my teeth, working teeth. My first job a few decades ago was at the Coffee Marketing Board, the old coffee powerhouse that used to move and shake things here in Uganda, but which is no more. Nonetheless, we're able to get our primary insights into coffee and the coffee value chain those days. Coming back to my contribution to today's discussion, as you heard, I am the chairman of the GS1 Uganda. GS1 stands for the Global Standards Organization, which is basically a trade facilitation and trade support organization, currently operating in over 118 countries worldwide. And the main tool of this organization is the barcode, or what is technically referred to as the Global Trade Identification Number System, which was a culmination of the merger about 50 years ago of two major international bodies. There was the American system, which was doing product identification in the US largely, and the European one, who agreed and merged to form GS1 Global. The GS1 Global head office is in Brussels and admits member organizations for each country. And these member organizations also are formed of various countries, various companies within each country. So it's not an organization of individuals or professionals in one area, but different companies come together. They form a membership organization in the country, and then they are accredited to promote the GS1 trade standards. And as you may have observed, if you are into shopping, especially retail, you'll observe that on a daily, there's quite a lot of barcoding that goes on. It is estimated that about 10 billion barcodes worldwide get scanned every day. And more than 2 million companies use GS1 barcodes, but there are about close to 1.5 billion products labeled with the GS1 barcodes. These barcodes are very important, and we shall come back to them when we are discussing how to leverage the agricultural value chain. The most important attribute of these barcodes is that they are country-specific, internationally recognized, and are able to uniquely identify each product separately. In other words, when you get your product onto the GS1 Global Synchronization Database, your product is uniquely identified to your country, to its own identity and its own attributes. The GS1 uses a system which is similar to that of the International Telecommunications Union, whereby each country is given a code, like for telephones 256. So under GS1, each country also is given a prefix. And in the case of Uganda, our prefix is 605. Our neighbors in Kenya, for example, have 616. South Africa have another code, and all the other different countries. We shall come back to the importance of that uniqueness. However, just to wrap up the importance of the GS1 network and how it can be helpful in the context of today's discussions, is that the GS1 overall objective is to create a common language in international business to identify, capture, and share product data, making sure that important information about products is accessible, it is accurate, and easy to understand, irrespective of the differences in, say, for example, language, region, or race. So the GS1 creates a common foundation for businesses and stakeholders, and about the information that is shared under the GS1 system. It begins with the fact that under GS1, you have a physical product which the system creates a digital twin for. The digital twin is an exact replica of the physical product, only that because it is digitized, it is now able to be accurately shared and whizzed around the whole world simply by interoperable systems here and there. So in Uganda, we joined the GS1 fraternity last year, 2024, but we found already there was a family of GS1 countries within the region. Tanzania is over 10 years old in GS1. Kenya joined the GS1 about 25 years ago. Rwanda has joined this year. And in the southern region of South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, there are quite a number of countries there who are already members. So we joined to become part of that global network. And once you join as a member organization, you instantly benefit from databases which have been existing for quite some time. And in relation to today's discussion, I would like to mainly amplify on the issue of traceability. Traceability is one of the services that we offer under the GS1 system. And in our understanding, traceability is about the need for data to be relevant and easily shared across value chains. Once products are uniquely identified and globally identified and easily understood, then it is easy for that information to move in the direction if you want to trace. And traceability will happen at two levels. It can be happening about the products themselves and the way they move, or it can be traceability about the systems telling people the why and what is moving across the value chains in order for trade and other related standards are required. Of course, we know that other sister sectors other than agriculture, like the health sector, like the automotive sector and others, do also have requirements and needs for traceability. So from a proven technology point of view, traceability is one of those services that is an enabler for many businesses. However, for purposes of the coffee sector and agricultural trade, we believe that by imbibing and implementing traceability systems at that level, we'll already be supporting and digitizing and actually creating more efficiency in terms of identifying and tracing our products across the various value chains in trade, in distribution, in logistics and all other dimensions of the movement of goods and related services across markets. I couldn't have agreed more with Ashley when she was speaking a little earlier on. She mentioned the importance of these systems and services, although they should not be confused with actual value creation or value addition to the products. However, by developing these internationally recognized data systems and databases, it makes the work of promoting such products very easy. She mentioned the unique characteristics of for example, East African coffees or coffees in the region, or even in Uganda per se. It is important to note that without having a system where you can digitally identify and communicate those special features, you'll only be dealing with generalities, which may not be helpful when it comes to chasing niche markets or trying to sustain or defend value propositions for different coffees. Now, the traditional barcodes would take limited information about a product, but recent developments in technology bringing on board what is referred to as 2D barcodes, second dimension barcodes, or data matrices, we are able to now upload a lot more information about products, including their descriptions, photos, pictures, brands, and any other attributes, certificates, etc. All these can now fit into those digital enablers, and then they can be easily assigned to products and assigned to documents, so that as products move throughout the supply chain, one is able to have visibility of all these attributes. Now, why would one recommend the use of these systems in trade facilitation and value chain promotion? One, of course, is the fact that a global language or a language of communication and digital exchange of facts and figures is becoming more and more the preferred way, rather than long texts or different forms, different, documents to be translated here and there. So when we work towards a common business language, it makes communications and trade and transactions much faster, more efficient, and more visible to everyone involved. We also believe that the fact that we have data that can be shared, it can be used by many other stakeholders, both for the trade business itself, but for other purposes. We have very close collaborations with, for example, regulatory institutions, close collaboration with academia, close collaboration with other technology participants, and therefore the association of trade and, say, agriculture for that matter becomes a much wider, more involvement, enriching both information and information exchanges. I'm glad to have heard that you had already discussed about some of these barcodes before. I wouldn't want to repeat what you've discussed, but suffice to say that as part of the current trend and where I would like to go as GS1 Uganda is to invite the actors in the agricultural sector, and more specifically the coffee sector, to join us at GS1. At the end of my presentation, I will inform you about our website, where you can find information. Hello? Yes, please.
I kind of request, because you've answered really so many other questions that I was yet to direct to you. I request now that we bring the discussion back to this physical audience here, and then we'll get back to you. Would that be fine with you?
It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for being understanding. But save for that, we enjoyed a lot of the information that you shared. And one thing remains constant. The future is green and digital. That's why we're having this conversation. Because if it wasn't green, we would not be talking about the sustainability measures. But because it's green, that's why we're talking about them. And then because the future is digital, that's why we are talking about digital traceability of products. So this conversation is very, very relevant. And I would like now to give some time to our panelists who are physically here to also share some perspectives from their work, but also to share perspectives based on some of the issues that have been raised, because they have been listening attentively, and I know they would wish to fill the gaps in terms of information, but also effectively representing some of their constituencies. And talking about constituencies, I would like to bring in perspectives from women and youth, and specifically request Ms. Topista Nakungu, who works with International Women's Coffee Alliance, Uganda chapter, to share with us around specific barriers that women and youth face in adopting value addition, certification, and traceability tools, and what targeted interventions are needed to ensure they are not left behind in EU-oriented supply chain upgrading. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Topista Nakungu. If you wish, you could make your way here, and you have 10 full minutes.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Siatin and the rest of the organizing committee members present. I am very honored to be here to also bring to the table the views of the women in coffee. I would like to give a brief background about women in coffee. We are a global network of women that lobbies and advocates for the reduction of barriers that limit women's meaning from participation in the coffee value chain. This movement started way back in 2003 when women from Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and USA met together and actually realized that whereas women were contributing a lot in the coffee value chain, that was over 70%, although we need to validate that statistics if it's still the same. The women were not being recognized for their contribution in the coffee sector. So what started as an informal movement in 2003 has grown into a global network in 36 countries with what we call chapters, and these are both producing and consuming countries. And in relation to the discussion today, they told me to find out what are the issues. The issues of the women and youth are not very different, especially in response to today's discussion, value addition, branding, traceability, carbon neutral supply chains. The biggest issues are limited access and control to resources. The women have very limited access to access and control of resources. So, and most of these things require you to have registered, for example, the traceability. You need to have registered your land. Then how are you going to register the land when you have no access or even control? You could have access, but perhaps you don't have control. There is limited access to finance. You need to invest. All these things require investment. There are low levels of education, literacy levels. These things require a lot of information. high costs of certification and compliance, and then low digital skills, limited access to extension services, because the women have their peculiar ways of accessing information, but most of the extension services are done by men, so the women are left out. Of course, there is limited inclusion in programs, especially in the male-dominated coffee sector. Our patriarchal system usually leaves the women notwithstanding the fact that they don't own land. They never actually invite them in programs for those who are actually part of, who have some access, like female-headed households, or those who have bought some land. So, of course, there are other issues like healthy, limited access, climate change shocks, volatility of the price. Those are not unique to women. Those are unique to the small, those are cross-cutting for the smallholder farmers. But also, there are those, the time constraints, because they are spending a lot of time on household issues and they don't have time for anything else in the coffee. And so, how are we going to have targeted or specific interventions? So, we look at gender and youth inclusion as a competitive strategy. Of course, as Africa, we cannot meet the EU traceability, carbon neutrality, and compliance requirements without unlocking the full potential of women and youth. Of course, the women are spending 70% participating in production. In Uganda, for example, according to the latest UBOS report, I think we have over 60% youth. We are yet to get updated data from the rest of the region. So we need to unlock full potential. For example, the women's role in quality control, harvest and handling. We need to build their capacities to be able to produce the quality of the coffee that meets the requirement. We need to promote innovations by the youth who are promoting digitalized skills and other things, especially using the women-centered approaches and gender transformative approaches to really address the systemic issues in the communities, to make sure that we create the opportunities for the women to participate. We make sure that the gatekeepers, who are the men and the community leaders, are responsive to the women's need to participate. So those are the women-centered designs where we co-create the solutions with them, and then the gender transformative approaches will address the structural barriers of, like, the women are not invited, they don't own land. So we need to address the structural barriers in order to make sure that the women are part of the story that is promoting competitiveness in our place. So strengthening farm capacity for compliance. Of course, compliance will become possible if the capacity of the women and youth has been built to make sure that they understand the proper way of picking coffee, the proper way of making these things, and in a sustainable manner. So we also have branding and value addition and identity as a route to different markets. We need to promote the women-produced coffees, their story. At IWCA, we are promoting women's coffees through storytelling, and it's opening different market routes because the story is very clear, what she's doing, what is the profile the place where, and what exactly is she doing, and it's creating the value addition for premiums. The story-based branding women produces or produced ethical coffees, like you're taking the story or the issues of the women, turning them into opportunities to make sure that they access the market. And of course, we have climate resilience farms. People are doing unique things that are actually protecting the environment and creating the identity of the coffee. Of course, combining coffee quality with identity promotes women and youth coffees. Of course, the innovations will give us a complete competitive advantage as we are entering the market. We need to think of reducing the compliance burden because compliance is not a problem of the farmer, it's a system issue. So we need to think a way of bringing down the risk to make sure that it has a cost implication. So how can we find a way of cost sharing these costs so that the partnerships involve co-ownership of data, for example. I've had a lot of discussions since morning. Who is going to own the farm data? And then at the end of the day, it's a cost that is passed down to the farmer. Can we have responsible cost sharing to address these issues? Shared financing for compliance, audits, and carbon information, because there's a lot of gray area on how to get carbon credits. There's also sustainability and circular economy as a job engine for women and youth. Of course, what we need to appreciate is that circular economy turns compliance from a cost into an opportunity, creating jobs and reducing carbon footprints. At IWCA, we have implemented a project on greening the coffee value chain by promoting making over briquettes from coffee husks and other biomass at the household. And this has created jobs. It's a source of income for these women groups. And it's reducing the carbon footprints because they are not cutting down the trees. They have access to clean energy, clean cooking. Their health is promoted. So it's reducing that burden, and it's creating jobs from these people. I don't know, Jonathan, if I have, Herbert, if I have answered the issues with targeted interventions. But of course, shared cost certification schemes, client compliance incubations, they need to know where to go to learn about the things. And our legislature can actually invest in this. It could be 1 or 2 incubation centers for the region. And as we get more people being compliant, accessing markets, I think that's good enough. We need circular economy accelerators. We need a special fund to accelerate these initiatives. And yeah, I think I'll pause for now. Yep.
Thank you very much, Ms. Topista Nakungu. You just did not pause, but you really sort of catalyzed deeper reflection on all these issues. And she raised really critical issues around how men are gatekeeping in the coffee sector. And so there are challenges that women face that have been pre-existing, but also there are challenges that women are experiencing because of the additional burdens, the compliance cost, and approaches of targeting stakeholders should not be a one-size-fits-all. But what are those unique challenges of women, of youth, so that as we engage or roll out different initiatives, we're not leaving behind critical categories of stakeholders of the population. We can't overemphasize the fact that Africa is a young continent. And then we need a new generation of champions to take forward these initiatives. So we cannot overemphasize the whole issue of women, but also the contribution of women in the coffee sector cannot be overemphasized. Although they are not involved in the lucrative segments of the value chain, I mean, men dominate the marketing. That's why we are saying they are playing the gatekeeping role. But yet the tilling of the land, the production is all dominated by women. So making the coffee value chain fair for all includes rewarding some efforts, rewarding efforts of key actors like women. And so Ms. Theopista Nakungu brought in the realities of women, the realities of young people, and also, of course, contributing to what we should do in order to shape the way forward. But also the issue of data. Data has been overemphasized here. She suggested the need to ensure that there is co-ownership of data. But also in terms of compliance, cost sharing is one of the things that she strongly emphasized. Issues of carbon credits are playing out. There is debate around that, and so much more that she raised. But right now, I would like now to invite Mr. Edward Muchibi, who is the president of Slow Food International, team leader at Slow Food Uganda, a farmer, managing extensive land, but focusing on agroecology. So I would like and request him to share and deepen the conversation around lived realities of farmers and what should be done to uplift their situation, to address some of the long-standing challenges they face, but also in terms of ensuring that they are on the table and not on the menu. Over to you, Mr. Edward Muchibi. A round of applause as we welcome him. Thank you. And before he starts speaking, another round of applause for Ms. Theopista Nakungu. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure for me to be in this kind of forum, representing different realities. As a young leader of a global movement that was born the same year I was born, Slow Food International was born in 1986. It's the same year I was born, and now I'm leading this movement. It's a global grassroots organization operating in 160 countries. We have different regional offices. Our EU advocacy office is in Brussels, just alongside the EU Parliament. That's where we do all our EU advocacy work, and we talk about EU's influence on other global food system players or other territories. We are setting up, already establishing the African regional office here in Uganda. We have set up the the Asian Pacific office in the Philippines, in the city of Bacolod, in Negros, where I was just a few days ago. And also we are setting out one for the Americas in Mexico. So we are based on the grassroots level, working through communities. We call them food communities. And our main goal is to make sure that every human being on the planet has access to good, clean, and fair food at all times. Good, we mean food that is culturally appropriate, good for your health, and also good for the people who produce that food. Clean, we mean environmentally sustainable, and also food produced with clear attention to mitigation and also adaptation to climate change and reducing the climate footprint of food. And then fair, we are talking about transparency, we are talking about fair policies and regulatory frameworks. That is why I'm here, because we are talking about EU, Africa, and there is a lot of policy issues to discuss. I want to start, I've been following this conversation since morning, but there are a lot of things that have been said. There are a lot of key points. It's actually a wealth of knowledge here. I don't know if we can all keep track of this knowledge, but it's very, very interesting. It's one of the high-level discussions I've attended about EU-Africa. That brings a lot of perspectives. Before I bring out the farmer's perspective, I want to start as a Muzukuru. I want to start like how Jaja normally starts, by giving a historical perspective here in Uganda. You've always followed these speeches. There is always a historical perspective. When we are talking about the relationship between EU and Africa, we are talking about a 500 years of extractive history. EU building extractive trade in the global south, particularly Africa. And in these 500 years, we saw the commodification of food crops like coffee and cocoa. This is where these food crops were commodified or became commodities. And EU trade between, with Africa became so extractive. Colleagues have talked about selling value-added products to the EU market. This is an uphill task because it's trying to erase the 500 years of historical extractive trade. But then, working on that, farmers have been made to produce food crops like coffee, cocoa, sugarcane, and others to produce raw materials to feed and sustain the industrial revolution or the industrial growth in the global north, particularly in the EU we are talking about now. So as farmers, now when we are producing coffee, we think we are producing a cash crop, a commodity to sell to the EU market, to sell to China, to sell to other markets, that we get that little value. I don't want to call coffee, raw coffee, low value crop. It's a high value crop, but undervalued. These crops are high value crops, but they are undervalued. If we transform all that value here, they stop being low value raw materials. They become high value finished products. But to have that high value finished product, we need to invest. The precurrent speaker talked about investment. This is a word I wanted to hear from the morning. Thank you, Madam, for mentioning the word investment. When Brazil wanted to transform its coffee sector to become more competitive, they invested in technology, production technology, because they were tired of being captive to Portugal in terms of negotiating between giving you technology to give us cheap coffee. So they started producing, they invested so much in producing coffee processing technology. Here we want to produce, as farmers, we want to sell value-added products. But who owns the roasting technology? Do we fabricate roasteries here in Uganda or import them from EU? So he who calls the shots on technology will determine either you sell us the raw material or you die with it. Unless we start investing in producing our own coffee and cocoa technology, that can produce a finished product here and don't depend on the expensive materials and equipment in the EU. Farmers will benefit from these products and we will make them high value here. I don't know if my point is clear, but look at cocoa. As a graduate of gastronomy in Italy, I explored the production of chocolate. That was one of my most important exploration. Like, how do we transform the cocoa industry into a chocolate industry here in Uganda? Producing chocolate is not rocket science. It's a process of extraction, heat, and cool. Very, very simple process. But the equipment that is involved in the process is very, very expensive. Just a simple kitchen equipment that grinds cocoa, roasted cocoa nibs, equipment that roasts chocolate, cocoa, is very expensive if you are to buy it from Europe and bring it here. So this needs a multi-stakeholder approach. If farmers are to benefit from the value-added process, we need the government to come up and talk about not subsidizing, but creating more incentives for farmers to access these equipments. They are they are manufactured in Europe and other global north countries, but we need to incentivize, to create incentives for cooperatives, for farmer groups, for different people who are social entrepreneurs or local entrepreneurs who are supporting farmers to access this equipment. Then we can produce chocolate for the local market, but also high quality chocolate that we can actually export beyond the borders. That is one of the things. Also, look at developing, there is a lot of expansion of coffee milling machines everywhere now. Many cooperatives are accessing coffee milling machines. But how many cooperatives are also accessing coffee roasting and packaging and like product equipment that can finish the products? Without fixing these challenges, we cannot talk about value-added products. We cannot talk about replacing the raw material export with finished product export. Ashley talked about regulations and policy. This is also very, very important. If we are as we are negotiating trade deals, as we are negotiating agreements, our negotiators, do they talk about EU to open up to the finished at origin products, or we still negotiate how to sell, or to increase the price or the competitiveness of raw products? We need to make negotiations on finished at home or finished at the origin products as part of the deals, as part of the trade agreements that we negotiate. If East African Community is negotiating with EU, let us not negotiate about exporting raw materials or even increasing the value of raw materials. Let them open their market to the finished at home products. But we also have to be very careful. Many people are asking, how was the EU DR born? When the EU became very strict on its own producers to be less destructive to the environment, many of these same corporations, they rushed to the global south to invest there, such that they can import the same products, they can take to EU the same products, but produced in a very unethical and also a non-environmentally sustainable way. This is also how the EU DR incorporated other countries, where EU products that are coming to the EU, these countries have to comply with this. So, when we negotiate about the finished at origin product, we need to, when we are talking about trade negotiations, we need to negotiate and include these finished at home products. We need to talk about regulations that also protect. If we are talking about finished at home, and we put them, we need to be very careful about having European investors actually coming to displace the local talent. We need also to give priority to the local talent and make them accepted in the EU market. So that one also we have to be very, very careful. So that will also help farmers to be more and more competitive. Then, as farmers, we see, of course, we have to comply to the EU DR and other social, environmental, and also quality regulations. But we need equitable conditions and deadlines as farmers. If we are negotiating the steps, we need to understand that smallholder farmers, sometimes when we don't create this equity, the market will be dominated by the big producers, by the big corporations. So we need deadlines, we need conditions that will be equitable, or that will favor smallholder farmers also to comply. Mapping, documentation, and also supporting farmers to be registered. That is something that the government needs to take on. It needs a political will. ECOWAS was negotiating with the EU about the extension of the EUDR deadline, and they presented actionable steps towards compliance. I didn't hear about what East African Community or SADC presented. I was following the negotiations between ECOWAS and the EU, but they clearly indicated a roadmap for mapping, for registering farmers, and also creating traceability codes for all these farmers. Right now, there are 2.2 million farms, actually, in Ghana, coffee farms, or farmers in Ghana alone that have been mapped, and 1.5 million QR codes have been already created. So we need to negotiate, but also we need to understand, to take actionable steps towards supporting smallholder farmers to comply. Living in denial of this and also always downplaying these regulations, they are not taking us anywhere. It's going to make us lose. We need to negotiate extensions, we need to negotiate terms, as well as taking actionable steps towards supporting our farmers to comply to these regulations. There are quite a lot of things to say, but I want to end here by throwing these points to the table, and also wish you a very happy deliberation. I want us to keep discussing these issues. It should not end here. So I want to thank Siatini for bringing us together. I want to take this also as the first step towards more and more discussions. So thank you very much.
A better round of applause for Mr. Edward Muchibi. Thank you very much for navigating us through the colonial, historical perspectives, because sometimes we do not connect the dots. And when you don't connect the dots, so you don't know where you're coming from, then you can face some challenges proceeding into navigating the future. And of course, Mr. Muchibi, Edward has reminded us that the EU-Africa trade relationship dates way back to 500 years. And of course, this is partly because some of our countries were colonized by European countries. And so EU maintained ties with African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. So that's why there is that long-standing relationship. And it dates way back with the Lomé, Cotonou, post-Cotonou, Yaoundé, and other conventions. And the agreements that we signed with the EU are around those conventions. Of course, there's been a renewing of this partnership, and the post-Cotonou was also focusing on how these EU-Africa trade relations can be renewed and strengthened. And I'm emphasizing this because there's a time when the EU had consultations. The Trade and Investment Committee of the EU, and specifically the rapporteur of that committee, who was a member of the European Parliament, Honorable Helmut Scholz, consulted Siatini around how to promote a mutually beneficial EU-Africa trade relationship. And so the EU was in a listening mode. However, how far that went left a lot to be desired. But of course, as actors in this space, we continue to contribute to shaping this relationship. Of course, Mr. Edward Muchibi has emphasized the whole issue of the extractive relationship, that they're extracting raw materials. And selling value-added products to the EU is not automatic. It takes negotiation. You can't just get, entry into the EU market with your value-added products. Obviously, no. But of course, there are issues that we must be alive to as actors in this space. That when you add value and take your value-added products to the EU, there is what they call tariff escalation. That your value-added products will attract higher taxes. So there are dynamics. And I know the experts in the room, the trade experts in the room will elucidate further on this to help us appreciate that we cannot just sell value-added products to the EU. And sometimes we have conversations in generalities which might not be addressing the right pathways to unlocking the potential of the different value chains. And I remember there's a time when in one space, actors were talking about adding value to coffee and selling it to the EU. And I was wondering, which EU are they talking about? And which buyers? Because it's not really obvious that you add value then sell to the EU. They locked us into supply of raw material, primary commodities, with the agreements we signed. And I talked about the whole issue of tariff escalation, but also the issue of negotiations, especially ensuring that we can have finished products at origin. And we have to anchor this issue into our trade agreements. And we cannot talk about trade agreements without bringing in our technocrats at the respective ministries, relevant ministries of trade, of agriculture, of finance, because when you talk about investment, it's usually under finance, especially for the context of Uganda. Investment is under Ministry of Finance. Trade is under Ministry of Trade. But when you talk about trade-related, most of our products are agricultural products. So Ministry of Agriculture is very important. And when you talk about product certification and inspection, that's Ministry of Agriculture. So that's why really it's very important. I would really like to request that we have some questions, some reactions before we get back to the esteemed panelists to share their final reflections. They have really shared a lot. We had quite a number of questions for the panelists, but it's like they copied the exams. They crossed over into deeper reflections, but only for the good. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be kind enough not to let me speak for so long, but also engage, and we see how this discussion can evolve, especially towards contributing to coming up with some reflections and recommendations to shape a transformative and equitable EU-Africa agriculture trade relations. Thank you. I would like to invite Ms. Barbara Mugeni to share some reflections, being a key actor in this space, a value chain actor, and she's been writing. I've been really watching her take a lot of notes, and that speaks to only one thing. She's very touched by the presentations, the sharing, and the reflections. Over to you.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
The camera people, please move your cameras. You don't need my permission.
I would say what has the reflections from today, because we are coffee exporters, however, we are not, I speak on behalf of Kwezi, we are not yet ready for the new regulations, I would say. And yet all the buyers we are selling at are holding our stock until they get, for example, their EU data. And it's also affecting us in terms of business. However, like, you know, the people on the panel have said, buyer is king. So at the end of the day, we have to align to what the buyers need and want. I've also learned a lot regarding the CS3D, as well as the carbon credit, which I feel like I'm going to discuss more with Brenda. But I also like what one of the panelists said about he who owns the technology calls the shots, because that's something that has also been playing a lot on my mind. Why we don't own this technology. It will reduce costs. It will allow us to compete in the markets. So there's a lot that I'm going back home with. But thank you. Thank you for everything that has been discussed on there.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barbara Mugenyi has already shared with us what she's going back home with. And to the rest of us, what are we going back with? I would like to give chance to Mr. Philbert Kavia and then Ms. Brenda Kankunda. And I will bring some other perspectives around responsible business conduct from Mr. Joseph Biomuhanji, because he has done extensive work around the CS3D, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and you just talked about it. So he will also be sharing some reflections. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but when I recognize experts in the room, I put them on the spot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is not a question. It's, I was trying to reflect, and I have my thinking connecting with the different experience, specifically for the value addition, branding to these smallholders, farmers, SMEs. The government have done a lot at the production level, supporting these cooperative organization, SMEs at the production level. But at the value addition and branding of the product, I'm seeing still there is a gap there. Looking broadly for the East Africa community, the government have tried a lot to support, but they are supporting individual organizations. The demand is so high compared to the level of the support. The investment is needed to do that. So I'm seeing that will be a very long journey to achieve this. And I was interested with the last speaker. He mentioned the story of cocoa chocolate issue. Cocoa from the West Africa goes to France and then coming back as a chocolate. At least you can see in Egypt and South Africa, they are trying to come up with the value addition from cocoa to chocolate. So I was thinking, I was just looking the models on different blogs. For example, just thinking, if we can have a shared logistic hub in the region to support these SMEs or smallholders, producers for the value addition. For example, he has mentioned the issue of having the rosters to support every group having their own rosters and all the skills. It can take quite a long time. But if we can have the strategy, knowing within the East Africa community, which country is leading on the coffee, for example, we say it's Uganda. If we can have a shared logistic hub for all the individual cooperative or SMEs, they can go there for branding, value addition, packaging. It's a center. For example, when you look nowadays, Dubai is coming up. It's in a hub for tea. Blending is done there. Horticultural crop is done there. But when you look at that, it's a big logistics center where people, they are going there, they share the investment. So I was thinking that rather than an individual country going on their own side, we can have a common for a block, but with a specific value chain in a specific country. I thought that could help to increase the speed on the value addition and branding of the SMEs products going forward. So that was just my thinking going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request that we offer ourselves quickly so that we can have one last presentation for today by Mr. Rangrilai Machemes from the SADC Secretariat. I hope that's not too much, but
since we have all stakeholders here from the regional economic community and different actors in the business, from civil society, what can be done to be able to ensure compliance? Because the truth is, they are our market and the customer is king. So if they have regulations, we need to fulfill the regulations for us to continue accessing their market. To the famous Muzukulu on the panel, I'm one of the Ugandans that didn't learn how to take coffee, despite the billions of money that your Jaja invested in the venture. So the question I have for you is, how do we deal with the delicate balance? People asking for technology transfer. Yes, in the grand scheme of things, we need it. But at this point in time, our domestic market cannot consume the coffee you produce. So what should we do as a country? Do we cry for technology, or do we work towards compliance and ensure that we don't lose the foreign exchange that we are earning? That's a specific question to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Ms. Brenda Kankunda.
I think someone actually put across my concern, and it was about how we are negotiating. I recall that at a certain point, Ugandan government sent a big delegation to the EC to negotiate for EUDR and CSDDD. And I think it's relevant that if we negotiate as a bloc, we probably have more negotiating power. My last comment is also utilizing, I think someone also talked about it, like utilizing some of the platforms that we have. So I know Teopista can talk about like IACO, which is, I think, a strong body at a regional level that we can use such bodies for the coffee sector to, for instance, see how we move our negotiations for the commodity itself. Or platforms like the Africa Fine Coffees Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen for your reactions, supplements, because you have only deepened the conversation. And to the discussants and the panelists, I'm soon getting back to you, but I would like to re-echo the issue of common user facilities at the regional level. That's an issue that has been mentioned in a subtle way, because we've talked about the rosters, we've talked about shared logistics hubs within the region, but those are all common user facilities. How then can we fully achieve regional value chains? And given that these require huge investment of resources, what's that shortcut to achieve, of course, value addition, industrialization? So regional value chains could be the shortcut. And maybe as the panelists share their final reflections and parting shots, they could also help us to, share their perspectives towards shaping or achieving an equitable and transformative EU-Africa agriculture trade relations. So as you conclude, please speak to the theme of this discussion, advancing transformative and equitable EU-Africa agricultural trade relations, but also answer some of the questions that were directed to you. Thank you very much. I'd like to start with the online panelists. And I would like now to invite Mr. Manzi Winston to briefly, in 2 minutes, share his final reflections and parting shots. And when I say 2 minutes, I kindly beg that we keep it at 2 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, sir. You are muted. To the media team, do some magic.
Hello?
Hello.
Can
Yes.
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to make a few recommendations going forward regarding the transformative agenda for leveraging the coffee in trade. Yes, while there are some challenges to do with technology and whatever, I think from the GS1 perspective, we can make a significant contribution when it comes to data collection and data management by adopting the use of what I previously described as country-specific, internationally recognized product identification numbers. They also, the GS1 system also has a capability of location, global location numbers, known as also GLNs. And also when it comes to the small holder and cooperative-based kind of producers, whether primary processors or secondary processors, this ability can also be extended there, so that among other things, we first grapple with the idea of getting all the required data and information sets to digitize them and be able to present them in a manner that is internationally recognized. Secondly, the issue of the regional angle, East African angle, we don't have to invent much. We can learn a lot by networking with our brothers in the neighboring countries. Kenya is already doing very well with the agricultural sector, various crops, and the horticulture. They are using GS1 systems to assist traders from the garden up to the final consumers using a GS1 Kenya numbering system. And they're also doing that with the other agricultural products like the avocado value chain and others. So we could learn from them and in a collaborative way be able to leapfrog. And then finally, we also need to kind of like agree, invest, and work together to create like a national product database. We talk about our coffees, we have different brands or whatever, but there is a need to kind of like sharpen those kind of databases and make them codified so that it is very easy to understand what one is meant by a coffee from Elgon vis-a-vis a coffee from Kasese or a coffee brand belonging to a certain company, so that while we are also looking at value chains, we enhance our visibility with the trade that is already going on, because it's the money from this trade that you can use to invest to enhance others. And finally, as I had said earlier, if you visit our website, GS1 Uganda, you'll be able to get some of the basic information. Our office location is on Parliamentary Avenue, near the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives. Would be very happy to receive any one of you, either digitally or in person, so we can discuss further how we can be part of the transformative agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Winston Manzi. The round of applause wasn't loud enough. Thank you very much, and for still offering yourself to support the value chain actors along the way to ensure that they remain competitive, but also make all what they are doing digital by leveraging barcodes and making their product traceable. Thank you so much. I would like now to invite Ms. Ashley Tattleman to share her final reflections and also parting shots.
Thank you, Herbert. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. I hear myself, so I know you can hear me too.
Great.
Maybe we can mute the live screening so I don't hear my feedback for the tech team, please. Okay, great. So thank you. In short, I have a few summary points that I'd like to bear in mind. I'm not going to get into the policy and the policy levels. I think that's being covered in other places, but I would like to emphasize that number one, we need to deal with the basics. What I mean by that is going back to the value and risk distribution that I brought up at the top of this meeting. We typically, while we are in coffee in a high price scenario right now, unprecedented in decades due to climate events, mostly, we generally in the sector do not have remunerative prices. This is a problem that we need to solve in order to keep coffee being produced if we want producers engaged in coffee. And with that, when we're in a price high situation like we are now, we also have to be mindful that we're not moving into an overproduction context. Sorry, Uganda, I'm really looking at you here because I hear that production has also increased significantly. And we understand our macroeconomics, right? So even though prices are high now, as production increases, macroeconomics kick in and prices go down. So we need to make sure that we're at a good level there for everybody to benefit. We need to really tackle risks. I failed to talk in detail earlier when I was speaking about risks, but there are a significant number of risks. I was on the AFCA call yesterday where some of their sustainability reporting was being fed back to the community. And 50% of exporters, producers, and so on talk about really big issues with environmental risks and conditions, 50%. And these are long-standing issues that have not been addressed yet in coffee. So we need to look at that, and we need to look at the infrastructure, knowledge, and exposure to downstream activities, consumers, et cetera, that we talked about earlier, and to make sure that we're having producer-centric design for solutions. That's producer ownership, sometimes women ownership, youth ownership and engagement, and so on, really making sure that our end goals of inclusion of producers as well as real benefit to producers is actually at the forefront. This is the basics. If we also need to build on the basics, it means that we need to also fill in a huge financing gap. That has been mentioned by a few of my co-panelists here and there, but we really have a huge financing problem. And if we want to get down the line into packaging and branding, we need even financing available for basic working capital, for basic different capital investments. So that could be CapEx, that can be working capital, that can be other types of investments, but we need a robust financing system for producers, for production, let alone then to vertically integrate into processing and other types of value addition to meet consumer needs. And I would like to report also from AFCA, I found it very interesting that some of the feedback from their members yesterday, they said that 70% reported that cost of production, just for the raw materials and lack of financing, 70% reported this still being an issue, and 60% reported high cost of certification. So I just want to reinforce that people in the room, as well as people across the continent, are talking about dealing with the basics related to risk and value, and also with financing. And then finally, while I agree, last point for thanks. Thanks, Herbert. I'm going to wrap up with this final point. So for data and branding, I think that this is really an important element that's really essential. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me, Herbert? Yes, hello? Hello? It's on your side. Oh, team, hello? Hi.
Let me welcome Harvard.
Yeah. I hear everything. Can you hear me? No? Hmm. I hear everything. You can't hear me?
Let me welcome Harvard.
Can you hear me? That's okay. Thanks, Herbert. Thanks, team. Okay, so in brief, I'm not sure if you heard anything, but one, I was talking about dealing with the basics of value and risk distribution in the supply chain and how farmers and producers, especially smallholders and other marginalized folks like youth and women, need to ensure that their efforts are remunerated, that their risks are managed, and that they have the necessary infrastructure and support from farmer services to financing, financing for CapEx, for working capital, for all sorts of different needs, that this is all secure, and that everything moving forward to ensure that each of the countries is competitive, working on its unique value proposition, moving towards vertical integration and so on, that these are all designed with a farmer centricity in mind so that the people in the most need who have been burdened with all of the risk and have historically been marginalized from getting that value are actually at the center of what we're designing. So that's number one. Two, I mentioned several aspects of financing, which I just mentioned really briefly, but I did want to bring in some data points around financing and dealing with these basics. AFCA yesterday had a sustainability session where they fed back from their members based on their members' feelings and experiences what the biggest problems are. And their top three issues were dealing, one, with high cost of production and lack of financing. 70% recorded this. 60% talked about high cost of certification. And 50% talked about environmental conditions being a big problem and a risk that they can't manage. So these are still the basics before we're even getting into vertical integration and value addition. My final point, which I'm staying away from policy, but my final point here is related to data and branding. I do really like the discussion so far talking about technology, and whoever owns technology is really in the lead. I would argue that that's actually the situation related to data. Data leads into information and knowledge is power. And if we really want to think about power and influence and having a seat at the negotiating table that can be influenceable, right, to your customers, to policymakers on the other side of the table, then really we need to get really clear on what data is needed, what data can be translated into information, and what information and knowledge can enable power in these negotiations. So I think that's very important. And I'd also like to reflect back what I heard at the AFCA session yesterday, which is if we're just thinking again about the basics, I heard that over 40% of producers and exporters across Africa, or over 40%, none of them collect income data about their producers. 25%, only 25% recorded collecting any data about cost of production. and less than 15% were gathering data around income and cost of production. How can we negotiate for good remunerative prices if we don't know what the cost of production is and what kind of margins we should be charging for appropriate living conditions and so on? So I think it's important to talk about technology. It's important to talk about vertical integration and getting to consumer markets, but we have to recognize that the basics need to be built and that destination markets and understanding consumers is not necessarily a solution through technology, especially through production transformation technology. That is key, but that's not going to be the driver. That gets us into a supply side result or response when we really need to make sure that the investments that you're making, because those are going to be very expensive and time consuming to invest in different types of infrastructure and technologies to serve these other markets, that you're secure that those investments are actually managing the risk of those investments and are going to actually pay off. So a few final thoughts from me. I really enjoyed this panel and hearing also from my other panelists. I agreed with a lot of what was shared and really appreciated the reflections back from others in the group. So thank you so much for having me and to allow me to participate in this session today.
Thank you so much, Miss Ashley Tatoman, for sharing all those very great perspectives with us. And we can't wait to continue collaborating and taking this discussion forward. Back to our esteemed panelists here. I'd like to start with Mr. Edward Muchibi to share his final reflections, but also respond to some of the questions that were directed to him. And you could as well deepen some of the issues that the rest of the panelists have shared, including Ms. Ashley Tatoman and Mr. Manzi Winston. And the issue of technology has emerged. Maybe you could also hint on the issue of AI, how we could leverage AI to make good use of it. Thank you. You could make your way here.
In a few minutes, or 1 or 2, because we have already run out of time. I'll start with responding to the question about domestic market for coffee. It's not in producing countries for commodified food crops. Building or strengthening domestic market should not be perceived as a substitute for supplying the product to the global market. But we should find our leverage. We should have clear negotiation on the terms, but also building a very strong local market increases value proposition for the local farmers, for the local producers, and also for the local investors into the sector. It also builds local trade. So it should not be local consumption, promoting local consumption should not be a substitute. So that's why I don't agree with people who are saying instead of supplying coffee to EU, we should build our local market and consume it. We cannot consume all the coffee in this country. We need to find a better way to deal with EU when, on that quantity that we want to sell to them. We can still sell to them a value-added coffee if we have a clear and also unacceptable, the acceptable terms to access that market with that product. And also if we have the right technology to satisfy the market needs of the European Union. So that is why technology is very, very important if we need to add value to our products for another market. So technology also helps local market access and also appreciate high quality products locally. People normally don't drink, learn to drink coffee if they taste a very high quality coffee and they like it. So you will get into drinking that coffee if it's not disgusting. If it's disgusting, you will not like it. It's a long discussion on how we can develop value proposition for our products locally here. Also we have a very big comparative advantage as Africa when it comes to chocolate. Because once you export a container of cacao to European Union, it's actually more bulky than exporting finished chocolate to Europe. So there is unlike coffee. Coffee, when you roast it and export it, it's more bulky than exporting green beans. So we need also to build that comparative advantage for finished at-home product when it comes to products like chocolate. Part of my final reflections, I want also to emphasize the point that bilateral trade between European Union and yeah, because if you are to, the science behind that is for coffee, if you are to roast a ton of coffee, you get less with the same quantity, size of the product, you get less kilograms. So to export packaged coffee, a ton of packaged coffee, you need this whole room. Yet a ton of green coffee beans will take a very small space when you are exporting it. So that's where sometimes there needs to be we need to talk deeply about the cost, about the technology, about all things that are involved. But for chocolate, if the cocoa beans that can fill this room, you can export chocolate from this whole room that actually fits a quarter of the room from the cocoa beans from this whole room. So if you finish the chocolate here, the cost of exporting chocolate to Europe would be much, much less than exporting green, like cocoa beans or cocoa nibs. So bilateral trade agreements between Africa and European Union and needs to also, we need to increase transparency, especially when it comes to the EU Green Deal, to minimize the EU double standards. We have published a report on the EU double standards, calling for mirror measures to be implemented equitably. I can share with the CEATIN team about the report that we slowly published with the other partners at the EU level. It's talking about all these things. Also, we need to increase the competitiveness and also the negotiations around finished at-home products. EU also investing locally here to have some of the products finished here and support local talent, support local investors, not to have only the EU investors coming to invest here. So we need to balance investment. We need also equitable application of mirror measures and mirror clauses. Mirror measures like the EUDR and the other policy and regulatory framework, but also mirror clauses in the agreements. We need to equitably implement them to consider smallholder farmers. Also for the governments and also regional blocks here in Africa to fast-track the implementation of the traceability compliance for smallholder farmers. We should not always live in a denial and always challenge some of these regulations because they are helpful. We need to negotiate while also implementing actionable points. For technology, we need to utilize more technological advancements, especially when it comes to traceability and also communicating stories and information regarding smallholder farmers and their production systems, taking advantage of advanced mapping tools. So I will not go so much into the details because of the time, but we need to continue this conversation further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edward Muchibi. Like he emphasized, we need to continue this conversation. And I would like now to invite Ms. Teopista Nakungu to share her final reflections. Please make your way here.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come back again. The issue for today, which is value addition, branding, traceability, carbon neutral supply chains, it's not unique to women, it's not unique to men, it's a responsibility of all value chain actors. And compliance is the driver that is going to make us achieve. But compliance is a shared responsibility, and it's the biggest barrier because of the cost involved and the complexity. So shared responsibilities, we need to appreciate that it's not a farmer issue, but it's a systems issue, and therefore we need to invest and promote investments that lead us to compliance. We need data to make priorities. Brenda was telling me about the platforms. IACO is Intergovernment Coffee Organization. These days we celebrate, or we do joint exhibitions and conferences, IACO and Africa, that's the government and private sector. And the moment we have our data and prioritize, we have a whole markup program for the East African region. You'll find Rwanda is prioritizing something different, Tanzania is prioritizing something different, Kenya is prioritizing avocado, Uganda is prioritizing coffee, Burundi is prioritizing something. But with data, we can go to IACO, for example, we can meet with Africa to have these issues prioritized in the national development plans, and then we can solve these issues, especially compliance, because much as markets drives all the other investments of market penetration, we will not access market unless we have compliance issues addressed. And it's a system issue, it's not an individual. Let's look at ways of improving the system to make life easier for the participants, the farmers, the processors, the exporters. I think I'll leave it at that. Of course, with the empowerment of women and youth, because you leave them out of the training, you leave them out of the capacity building, you're doing your thing, because they are the ones at the end of the day who need to ensure compliance. So let's invest in the systems. Let's also invest to address the issues that are limiting women and youth's meaningful participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Topista Nakungu, for those very wonderful insights. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one thing that she has emphasized strongly is let's not leave anyone behind. Not just women, not just youth. Let's have all the value chain actors, agricultural value chain actors on board, not just for coffee, but also across all the value chains. If we're talking about those affected by EUDR, let's talk about the 7. But also from the earlier discussions, we appreciated that we might not focus on all the value chains, for example, as Uganda, but look at where we have competitive and comparative advantage. But I would like to also remind us that this is not a Uganda conversation, it's a continental conversation, and a conversation that we have to take forward at the EAC level and across the rest of the regional economic communities. That is very important, especially in view of strengthening our regional approach, continental voice and agency. And I would like now to turn to the panelists and the discussants. We need to give them a befitting round of applause. And of course, just to remind us that we just had a very, very insightful discussion around value addition and sustainable supply chains. And we've had strong perspectives and issues from Ms. Ashley Tatoman, Global Coffee Lead, Vocal Network, from Ms. Topista Nakungu, from the International Women Coffee Alliance Uganda chapter. We've also heard from Mr. Winston Manzi, CEO, GS1. We've also heard from Mr. Edward Muchibi, who is a farmer and a team leader at Slow Food Uganda, but also the president of Slow Food International. To those that joined us virtually, this is day one of the EAC and SADC regional high-level dialogue on advancing transformative and equitable EU-Africa trade relations. And the discussion is not stopping today. It's not ending today. Please join us tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a bit punctual with time, and the conversation will start or resume at exactly 9 a.m. So we are going to enjoy a photo moment with the panelists, myself and the panelists. For those that joined us virtually, we will Photoshop you into the photo. Allow us to do that. And if you've granted us consent, we can now have that photo moment. But just to remind us, there are sessions that we have carried forward because of the interest of time. We are really trying to catch up, but we are saving the best for tomorrow. So don't miss tomorrow's sessions. Let's be here early enough. And this conversation is being relayed across various social media platforms, YouTube, Zoom, X, and Facebook. So when you stumble on any of the insights or perspectives you shared, just know we are trying to put the word out there that these conversations and issues are important for everyone to know. So let's ensure that we continue to discuss and engage even beyond this regional dialogue. For now, I would like to wish all of us a blissful evening, if at all we can achieve it. But let's also ensure that we save some energy for tomorrow and get back here. Thank you very much. From Siatini, thank you. From the rest of the comrades we are working closely with, thank you. Let's get back tomorrow. Right here, Honorable Francine, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, I kindly request that you join us for the photo moment. To the rest of us, evening tea is upon us, and a great evening is also upon us. There are some complimentary services or offers, and if you check the logistical note, you'll be amazed. Or if you check some of the documents in your rooms, you'll be amazed and you will really, truly enjoy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tea is served right out there. Please grab a cup of coffee and have a wonderful evening.